All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Dearborn Heights City Council. The meeting is being called to order. Right now it's 6:04 p.m. and today's November the 14th, 2023, regular meeting of the Dearborn Heights City Council. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll call?
Yes, Dave Abdallah,
Here.
Zuhair Abdahak,
Here.
Hassan Ahmad,
Here.
Moby Doon,
Here.
Nancy Breyer. Here. Robert Constant,
Here.
and Tom Mansell.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Next
Next up, we have our Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to have this one led by our honorable police officers, please.
Danny D.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, officers. Next up on our agenda is City Council resident recognition by Councilman Hassan Ahmad.
Council Chair, I have to admit, I love it when councilman's up here, and the new tradition is bringing to Dearborn Heights by recognizing individuals, businesses.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, man. Very honorable of you.
Council Chair, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I stand before you today with great honor and pleasure to recognize an individual who has not only played a significant role in the business landscape of our city, but has also showed unmatched dedication to the well-being and advancement of our society. Today, we gather not just to present a certificate, but to express our profound gratitude to a man whose impact echoes far beyond the aisles of his establishment. In 1993, Haidar Kusan, along with his family, embarked on a journey that would see the birth of Greenland Market, a business firmly rooted in the principles of community service and excellence. Yet, Mr. Kusan's commitment extends well beyond the walls of his market. For the past 12 years, he and his family have been instrumental in shaping the future of our community through the establishment of Greenland High School scholarships. This initiative, actually, this needs a round of applause.
Yeah.
This initiative reflects a deep-seated belief in the power of education to transform lives and uplift the entire community. What sets Haidar Kusan apart is not just his success in the business realm, but his extensive public-spirited endeavors. Today, we acknowledge a man who has been the recipient of numerous prestigious awards, including the UHF Humanitarian Award, Development and Relief Foundation, Girl Scouts of Southeast Michigan Council, Distinguished Cornerstone Community Leader, recognition from the State of Michigan, Business Professionals of America, among many others. These accolades are not merely tokens of appreciation, they are testament to a life dedicated to the betterment of society. As we approach the season of Thanksgiving, it's only fitting that we express our gratitude to individuals like Haidar Kusan, who embody the true spirit of giving and have sown the seeds of hope and possibility for future generations. Today, we present this certificate not just as a formality, but as a symbol of our collective appreciation for a man who has made a lasting impact on our community. Haidar Kusan, thank you for your tireless dedication, your generous spirit, and your unwavering commitment to making our community a better place for all. May your legacy of service continue to inspire us, and may the spirit of Thanksgiving be with you and your family today and always. Please join me in congratulating and thanking Haidar Kusan for his outstanding contribution to our community. Council Chair, can you please join me to present the certification?
The councilman did leave out that I was his neighbor for about 8 years. I got yelled at all the time. Just joking. But he really was my neighbor.
There goes the neighborhood. This is on behalf of the City Council. The Dearborn Heights City Council Certificate of Appreciation is being presented to Mr. Haidar Kusan for his outstanding contribution to the community. The City Council of Dearborn Heights proudly acknowledges and awards this Certificate of Appreciation to Haidar Kusan in recognition of his remarkable contributions to our community. His selfless dedication and unwavering commitment have made a lasting impact on the lives of our residents. We express our deepest appreciation for his outstanding efforts and commitment to enhancing the community. Dave Wasim Abdallah, Mo Beydoun, Zuhair Abdulhaq, Hassan Ahmad, Nancy Breyer, Tom Wenzel, and Robert Constant. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Before Mr. Kosan say a word, I think we have Chief Brogan from the Fire Department to present the proclamation as well.
I did not
Just
know.
sneak out of here, Ron.
You didn't tell me today.
No, I didn't. It was a
Thank you.
surprise.
Oh, thank you.
So, yeah, when I heard that the council was planning on this proclamation for Ron, I had to reach out to see if I could have the opportunity to express our thanks for all the times that you've helped us at the fire department when we've reached out to you, Ron. Ron's one of the kindest people that I know, and many of the things that he does are done quietly without seeking any recognition. There have been many times I've reached out to Ron, letting him know about situations where the fire department sought his assistance, whether it be domestic issues or a young mother in need of shelter. Ron has consistently been one of my first phone calls, and his response has always been, give me the information and I'll take care of it. And he has done exactly that over and over. On top of this, Ron's also been involved with the Dearborn Heights Goodfellows, ensuring that no child goes without a Christmas. He served with us as the vice president of our group for many years, embodying the spirit of the holiday season throughout the year. And I learned tonight that Ron also raised 5 daughters, which that in itself deserves a round of applause. I know my daughter almost killed me, I think, but on behalf, and Ron, you've been a great neighbor, of course, right next to the fire station. So on behalf of the department, we just want to give you our sincere thanks. Inspire every one of us to be better. And again, just a great neighbor over at the fire station.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Chief.
That's a nice one. Thank you, Chief.
They buy the expensive stuff.
Yeah, they went all out.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say just a quick word about Mr. Kusan. So I met him, it was at the corner home that I sold for you or listed for you, I don't remember, it was a while back, listed for you. A while back, what was it, 20, 25 years ago, something like that?
28 years ago.
28 years ago. So I met him for the first time, and I thought, wow, what a nice guy. And basically, you know, that was the end of it. How are you? Congratulations. And everybody went about their own lives. In the last 20 years, so I can't say it's 28 years, but in the last probably 20, 22 years, I've been very active in the community in a lot of organizations, politically, organizations, charitable organizations, et cetera, et cetera. And it seems like almost every organization I join and get into, when the conversation comes up about somebody needing to help somebody, his name comes up every single time. And let me tell you what's so beautiful about this young man, is he never asks for recognition, never asks to have his name put out that he's the one that did this for this family or that family. Like the chief said earlier, all he says is how and when, and I'll have it for you. Never once will say no. And again, what's so beautiful about it is never about recognition, always about giving back. So I'm going to tell you, it's been an honor for me to know somebody like you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ron, with all these requests from you and giving out, I need a new pool in my house.
We'll work on it.
You didn't say no.
I'm honored and blessed to be here today. This is my hometown. Thank you so much for the honor. I'm not a fan of big speeches, so I'll share a secret with you guys. There is nothing more beautiful on earth than to serve humanity. It's a pleasure that I'm to please God, Allah is the best thing in the world. We're not here for long. This life is so short. Let's do the right thing. I speak for myself, of course. Do the right thing, keep God happy, and keep humanity going. Thank you again, and you have a blessed night. Thank you. I don't know if I'm worthy of this. I'm not sure. I hope one day I will be worthy of this. Thank you.
You are, you are. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Chief.
We're blessed to have the best chief in the United States. That's a
Best in the
blessing.
United States.
Okay, next item on our agenda is agenda approval.
Council Chair.
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the agenda of the regular meeting of November 14, 2023 as submitted with the adjustment to the order of the item 11A, City Council Resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire be between after Section 5 and 6. Also, I believe Councilman Abdul Haq wants to move on a agenda item for 9F,
Yes, Council Chair,
competitive bid process affirmation.
You want a second?
I would like to bring it back to the table to be discussed.
Wait, hold on. So somebody's got to second this, and then we'll go into it.
I second.
Okay, so motion made by Councilman Baidoon and seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Any discussion on this? Now you can speak if you'd like.
Okay. That the Dearborn Heights City Council affirm the city charter provisions regarding the use of competitive bids to buy all goods and products that exceed $1,500 and to the extent the competitive bids to all service provided by consultant vendors and any other services to the city. In addition, direct the mayor to get the council's approval for all contracts involving employment contractors, vendor, consultants, engineering, planning, construction, and legal services before making any payment from the city treasurer as outlined. And you added
9F.
9F.
Okay, so hold off for a second. So if there's going to be any discussion, which is fine, on agenda items, we know what that could or could not go in any direction. But on this specific item, any discussion, please don't discuss the specific item. You're only discussing if you want to add it on the agenda or not before we take this to a vote.
Time out, Council Chair.
Yes.
I've already added it to the agenda.
We don't know, I understand, but I'm saying when we go into a discussion, I don't want to go into a deep
No, we're gonna go to
discussion on that item.
9F. We can talk about it if it gets approved on the agenda.
I'm sorry?
It would be 9K.
9K? Okay, so it's 9K.
Still need to vote on it.
What I'm saying is we're just going to vote of whether we're adding it to the agenda or not. I don't want to go into a full discussion on that item right now if we're not adding it. Anybody that has any comments on adding it to the agenda or the agenda in itself? Any comments? Okay. Motion made by Councilman Baidoon, seconded by Councilman. Yes. Is you on? I don't know if your microphone's on. Can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I thought we had it to have it go to a study session. There was one allegedly scheduled last Thursday. I was here, nobody showed up. So that was the motion that was prepared. I have a preparation. I spoke with the Attorney General's office. I spoke with the Corporation Council for the Michigan Municipal League. I have reports from two of the election attorneys from the AG's office, as well as the special state operations, the head of state operations division that commented on this motion specifically. But I was ready for the study session. It never happened.
Okay.
That's what I was told the motion
Let
was.
me clarify on that. So we had originally scheduled a study session, and then Chief of Staff Mariana, I thought I seen her here earlier. But Chief of Staff Mariana informed us that administration would like to move this forward, like a further date, I believe. I think
December
November,
19.
December something.
19.
19, yeah. I know it was further dates, so I'm not sure, but you sure it's December 19th? I remember it was further.
She
But
said
she
December
asked
5th.
for, yeah, I just remember, I know it's a further date. It wasn't last Thursday. So she asked me if we could cancel the meeting, not have a meeting on that date, because she's got somebody that would be coming in to speak specifically, I believe it's Moran. So that's what happened.
Okay.
So there was no meeting.
Well, we're still having the study session. I didn't hear any objection from anybody else. In good faith, I'm saying that I met with the AG's office. We have responses from them on this motion, and their opinion letter from 3 of the experts in the area. Plus, I think they asked for Plant Moran to give its impact as to the practical impact of it.
Council
Those
Chair.
will all be relevant for a study session.
Okay, so what I don't, I'm just gonna address the Corporation Council, I'll let you speak, but again, I don't wanna take this into a study session on this item right here, right now. So right now, let's just vote on if we're gonna go ahead and go with the agenda with the addition of 9K, but go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Roger, and I know with good faith, my question is, you said you received these opinion letters. Why haven't they been shared with us?
They were going to be shared at study session. I got them to, no disrespect. If you asked for it, I got these, I put them together in a memo.
I didn't know you had them.
Well, nobody asked. The study
Nobody
session
told
was
us.
moved. What's that?
Nobody told us.
Okay, okay,
But,
so just,
Council
Yeah.
Chair.
let him finish his comment, then we're gonna go into.
Guys,
when you say you're waiting for the study session, then that's where we discuss it at the study session.
study session was canceled. I received an email
So
that
then
study.
I guess it's told to December, was moved to December 5th.
December
And
5th, I believe, is the tree lighting.
Yeah, I
Or
thought-
another
So it could
date.
not be December 5th. What's that?
We'll have another date.
I have
but
emailed.
still-
Can you do me a
I
favor,
have
George,
emailed
can you look up the
December
email of when
19th.
it was?
Council Chair,
I have
can we just take a vote to,
emailed
Yeah, that's what I'm
let's
saying.
take a vote and we can
Okay.
discuss it when we come to it.
Okay, let's talk about the facts. Facts is, it's at a further date, so let's not argue about which date it is, but I know it's a further date. You could be December 19th, but I'm not sure, but I know it's in December, so let's take that off the table for right now. Right now, we're gonna go ahead and take this to a vote, if we're approving the agenda with the addition of 9K. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, Madam Clerk, can you please take roll call?
Tom Wenzel,
Yes.
Robert Constant,
No.
Dave Abdallah,
Yes.
Hassan Ahmad,
Yes.
Nancy Breyer,
Yes.
Zuhair Abdahak,
Yes.
and Moby Dun.
Yes.
Motion carries 6.
Okay. Motion carries. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 4A, minutes from the regular meeting of October 24th, 2023.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the minutes of the regular meeting of October 24th, 2023 as submitted.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Bedun, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Any other discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is public hearings and comment on agenda items only. Again, please, ladies and gentlemen, whether on Zoom or in person, this would be the time to speak on only something on an agenda item.
I would like to speak as a resident, Council Chair.
Okay, well, I will allow you, but let's allow the residents to speak first.
Good
So
afternoon.
for, one second, just please. So for those that will be speaking, you will have 2 minutes. Please state your name, city, and street. Go ahead, sir.
Hassani, you're in Dearborn, P.O. Box 1132. You like that?
I like that much better.
Okay. So Mr. Zuhair Abdahab put a motion in, and, Mr. Zuhair wants to put this motion. I think you guys should vote on it. And when you're done voting on it, if there's something that does not fit the description, that this will automatically be voted out. It's simple. Every time you're going back and forth, we sit here for hours discussing this. Come on, just vote on it. And if there's any legal form that this cannot be, that it will automatically be voided. They have to show probable cause from the Attorney General. And if the Attorney General wants to come herself, she can come and discuss it. Or somebody wants to come discuss it. Opinion, I don't believe in opinion. I believe in what the law says. Opinion letters, I can draft an opinion letter if I know somebody. I call our attorney, hey man, can you draft me an opinion letter? He can write me an opinion letter. Anybody can write an opinion letter. Opinion letter is not a justified law. I'm being honest with you. That's first of all. Second of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Dave Abdallah, for being on city council. We're going to miss you on everything. And thank you for the ceasefire thing. I know I emailed you and you said you were going to put it on the agenda, and I wanted to thank you. And Mr. Moore, you violated the Open Meetings Act because you had your cell phone. I took a picture to let you know. You like that, huh?
I do. This is where you say, I'm just kidding.
Why would I say I'm just kidding? Listen, it's a violation of the open. I'm joking with you.
You got 60 seconds. So let's speed
I
it up
asked for
here.
1 minute extra, didn't I?
No, you did
I
not.
text you, didn't I?
Nope.
Oh, I gotta text Dave Abdullah.
It'd be a
Oh
violation
my
of
God, I
Open Meetings
forgot.
Act.
All right, guys, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Come on up, ma'am.
Hi,
Hello, how
Jackie
are you?
Carrera from Carrera's Italian Restaurant. Hello,
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. So a couple of weeks ago, next door to us, there's a video store,
Mm-hmm.
and they put up this massive food truck.
Is this on Telegraph?
Yes, that's covering our front door of the restaurant and our sign, Carrera's, that's been there for 30 years. So driving south on Telegraph, you can no longer see our building because of this food truck. We don't have any problem with anybody making a living, having a food truck. We are just asking that they can move it back maybe 10 or 15 feet towards their building so it doesn't cover our building. Our
I'm sorry,
patrons
Councilor
are-
Chairman,
Well,
is this an agenda or is it?
I don't know if it's the same one.
Is it the same one we're discussing today?
Yes,
Is
yes,
it-
it's on the agenda, guys.
Sorry, go ahead.
I paused your time, just so you know.
No, it's okay. I lost
know
my
which one we're
train of
talking
thought.
about. Sorry
Okay.
about that.
Yeah,
It's
great.
okay, so.
I'm sorry, quick second. Let's try not to interrupt the residents. Let them finish their part, and then we'll go ahead and comment.
I'm
He was just making
sorry.
sure that it was on the agenda.
Yeah.
Okay, so our patrons have been missing our driveway because of this food truck. Like I said, we don't have a problem, everybody has to make a living, we understand. But they're covering our sign, our building. And I don't know what's going on with all these food trucks in the city of Dearborn, Dearborn Heights. They're popping up everywhere. But if they can just move it back a little bit, will you guys take it in consideration? That's all I have to say.
So because
Thank
it's
you.
on the agenda, ma'am, you're saying the particular, do you know the name of the food truck? Okay, so because it's on the agenda, we'll go ahead and address that with the right party from within administration
Yes.
and see what can be done. At the very
Thank
minimal,
you.
whoever they are.
Thank you.
Should do the neighborly thing and work with their neighbor to make sure
Thank
that
you.
everybody benefits.
Is
Thank
this
you.
Thank
next
you.
door to Tony's Car Wash?
Yes,
I love it.
yes,
So
thank
good.
you. We just want them to move it to the other side or back where people can still see our building and our sign.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No
We
problem. By the
appreciate
way,
it.
on a
Thank you.
side note, for those that have not tried the restaurant.
Thank you.
Great Italian
Thank you.
food.
Appreciate it.
Very good Italian
But I
food.
just also want to address one thing, and I know we're hearing about these food trucks that are popping up. I just, keep in mind, we've approved maybe what, 10 or 12? Not even, but I just want you to.
Probably 7 or 8.
Not even.
Okay, we're gonna call it 12. I just want to say we approved 12, 3 are open in Dearborn Heights. Everyone that's opening up, which, I mean, it's great. Test your luck, but just to let you guys know, I think there's only 3 or 4 that are open across all of Dearborn Heights. So yes, we're approving them, but I think they're not having successful business and they're shutting down from what I have most.
And for those that are
Yeah,
opening up, and for those that are opening up illegally, which unfortunately there are some that are illegal, and that's why we put together this ordinance. It said nobody can just open up just because they feel like it. Our ordinance department, I know I've many times had conversations with our director and multiple officers in the ordinance department. They're coming in and they're shutting them down. So if somebody's not had the approval of City Hall, they cannot open. And there's a process they got to go through to open.
Okay.
But what you're referencing there, ma'am, we will definitely address it. I don't know if it's going to be Director Dishroom or maybe Rick, possibly. So Rick will be on there. We'll address it with them and
Thank you.
make sure
We
we can work out
appreciate it.
something.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Rachel asked for an extra minute, so she will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Rachel LaPointe, Merrick Street, Dearborn Heights, all that
Hold on.
fun stuff, right?
Ready?
Good. Oh, you got a real stopwatch there. It's fancy.
Thanks to Vince.
So first and foremost, regarding the ceasefire resolution, I would like to express my support for that. I am very proud of our city for calling for peace when there is so much violence happening. I'm so tired of seeing the worst images on my social media. I'm so tired of seeing the adults in the room not seem to understand that those are babies. And I'm seriously, like I was saying that before the meeting started, like my heart's there. This is, those are the babies. I held my dead sister when she passed away. I've held a dead child. I've seen that small casket. It needs to stop. And I'm just so proud of you guys for taking this step and calling for a ceasefire and urging our leaders to do that.
Thank you.
Moving on to another note, regarding one of the items that was in the claims, I've noticed that some of our employees are taking college classes, and I would like to commend them. I'd specifically like to commend on this one, Director Swope. I noticed that one of the classes he took was an art class. I'm a big fan of art, love that. But more importantly, he took a class on terrorism. And considering this current situation, considering the rise in neo-Nazis in the area, I have friends out in like Howell and Brighton that are dealing with that, white nationalism, all that stuff. We need our department to be aware of those things and keeping an eye on them. And I would just like to commend him for learning more about that and pursuing that level of education. Regarding the appointments, really kind of all of them, I know you guys have often asked for things like resumes. I'm going to share this with you guys. I'll pass it down. I'm fine with it being in the record or whatever. But it's like I think this might be something that would help you guys. Sometimes it seems like requirements aren't always met when people are being appointed. And a yes or no checklist like this would be my kind of preferred thing.
I'm going to pause you real quick. The administration actually emailed us everybody's resume.
That would be great if some of that could maybe be summarized for the public then.
Councilman Ahmad did ask for it.
Awesome.
They responded.
And I did talk with Councilman Ahmad before the last week. Didn't want to bother the new parent. But I know that there were some people because Mr. Bazey, who's on the appointment list, has the same name as our mayor. Some people are understandably concerned. If there was a bunch of John Smiths, right, we'd be like, oh, who's related to who, right? There's a part in our charter that says if you're within a certain degree of relation, you can't be appointed if you're related to an elected official. So just some of those things. I don't know if this would help you guys. If it does, great. It's not exhaustive. It's just kind of an idea. And then the other question I kind of had was regarding the amusement rides for Spirit Fest. It was listed as a sole source vendor, and there's so many amusement ride companies in the nation that I was kind of confused about how it could be a sole source. So that was my only question that I had about that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate Rachel.
Council Chair,
Yes, Councilman.
just for the record, I did not receive any resumes from anybody from the administration.
You're talking about for the
Yes,
appointments?
for them, just for the record.
I don't know. I know I received this, I'm not sure.
I did not, just for the record, I'd like to, state that.
Okay, thank you. City, street name, please.
Hassan Saab, John Daly, Dearborn Heights. So in support of Zohair Abdelhak's resolution, you should also include the police department's $30,000 spending limit to be included in that resolution also. That the city council approved, that they gave them the $30,000 limit. You guys should drop that down and put it for council approval also, anything they need to purchase. Just going back on the chairs they put in a few weeks ago, there was 9 chairs that were bidded out. We have 4 desks for dispatches. It was questionable about the other 5 chairs, so I also recommend that go a bit further and include the police department's spending limit also into that resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in the audience?
You have two on Zoom.
Okay, we'll let those on, but let's have Vince go first.
Vince Strapkowski, Columbia Street. In your packet this week, you've got a spending voucher of $500 per employee for uniform allowances. I don't have any problem with that. What I was looking at is most of the items were Carhartt. I've got no problem with that either. Problem is these are being purchased through Tony's Farm Gears and Gadgets, wherever out in Brighton. Why don't we just go direct to Carhartt? Okay, what's our purchasing department doing? Do we even have a purchasing agent? Because with Carhartt, you have a Carhartt company gear program. That is a discount towards your company, your municipalities, or anything like that. So if we're gonna buy Carhartt brand, why don't we just go direct? Instead of some company out in Brighton. They're here in Dearborn, by the way,
Mercury Drive.
so
Okay.
just
Thank
thought I'd
you.
bring that up to you.
It's a good point. Administration will obviously look into it.
And do we have a purchasing director?
No.
No. So just give everybody carte blanche.
So, no, in general, the way it goes is whatever particular director that has a particular ask, whatever it happens to be, they bring it to administration. Administration either kills it on the spot or says, obviously, it's got to go to council for approval. But there is no purchasing director.
When you could probably be saving more if we had a person, a purchasing director of some sort that knows the purchasing departments and knows the purchasing process.
Okay. So I'm for administration to consider it during the next budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm speaking as,
Yeah, I know. For
as a
full
resident.
disclosure, Councilor Abdelhak asked me before the meeting if he could go up and speak. So as you know, as in the past, I've allowed council members to speak, or treasurer, et cetera, or mayor, or whoever else wants to speak. But they have to acknowledge if they're speaking in their particular elected position or appointed position, or if they're speaking as a resident. Because just because you're an elected official doesn't mean you have no more rights as a resident. Councilman Abdelhak chose to speak as a resident, and I'm gonna allow him to do so.
Council Chair,
Yes, Councilman.
I'm just, and I'm so sorry, this is just something that I've always thought, and some of my friends have brought up to me. If he's a councilman and he can speak and he can sit from his chair and speak from as a resident.
Correct.
Okay, just.
But there's, but here's,
No,
no.
I think it's cute that you're up there.
No, no. But I want to clarify something. I want to clarify something.
You're saying, Fred.
Yeah, I want to clarify something why I've allowed it. Because if you are, so I'm a councilman, right? As a councilman, when I speak, I'm speaking on behalf of the city and on behalf of the residents, because I'm with the city, obviously. But maybe I, as a resident, have a totally different opinion than Councilman Dave Abdallah, or maybe a different opinion than the city itself, and I just want to give it. I, as a resident, should still have a right to be able to go up there and speak. And again, I'm all for free speech, and that's why I allow it. Go ahead, sir.
You got 2 minutes, sir.
You know, the reason I'm here, just so I can tell Dave, 354 Rosemary.
Oh, my God, you missed that one.
Anyway, Zohair Abdelhak, 354 Rosemary, Dearborn Heights. I want to talk about the ceasefire resolution. I came to this country in 1977 from a country of Lebanon, which was torn apart by the civil war. I have seen and carried parts of bodies in plastic bags and buried them with my own hands. So I know the suffering, I know what goes on when war goes on. And I am looking every day about what's going on in Gaza, what's going on in South Lebanon, what's going on inside Israel. That is heartbreaking. And what bothers me more than anything, that our administration believe everything the Israelis say. And if you have a little knowledge in physics and trigonometry, and little bit about radars or missiles, you see how many lies there are going on and how many misinformation is fed to our people in this country. I thank you for putting this resolution, and I want the public to know that most of what we hear from the administration, CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, just because of my little knowledge about military and missiles and radars, most of what we heard is lies, And God bless who are fighting for their land, who are fighting for their lives. And I feel with both sides for the innocent lives who are lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abdelhak. Come on up.
Good evening.
Evening.
How are you? Just here to say that I want to thank you for the resolution, and I support your decision. And my heart goes to all the innocent people in the entire world. I want to quote something from Prophet Muhammad. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him and his family, said, "Whoever of you sees a denial, injustice, Try to change it with your hand. If cannot, then with your tongue. If cannot, then with your heart. And that is the weakest of faith. So, to be human is to have feelings, and to be compassionate, have faith, and dedication to be good and do good. The Constitution in this country, and thank God, gives you this right to be free and speak your mind and be a human. Therefore, I stand with the good versus bad. I stand with human rights and the right to live and be free. I stand with the innocent children and women and every oppressed human being. I stand against any aggression and injustice anywhere. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the audience that would like to comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and go to Zoom. I see Madam Clerk, I see two people. Yes, please let them on.
You have a Mindy Holmes and a Jacob
Boffenkamp.
Offenkamp.
Hi,
Hello.
Melinda Holmes, Canfield Drive in Dearborn Heights.
Hold on one
I'm
second.
just here to voice my support for the ceasefire resolution. And I wanted to thank the council for putting forth this resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I assume she was done. I don't-
Yeah.
Okay. Next up, we have Jacob. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Jacob Bovenkamp, Canfield Drive, Dearborn Heights. I want to thank the council for bringing forward the resolution for the peace fire and would like to voice my support for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else on Zoom?
Council Chair?
Councilwoman, go
I
ahead.
have an announcement. I guess I can do it from here. I did some calling today on some of our agenda items. I'm talking specifically about the invoices for appointed attorney fees, individual clients. I talked to Michelle first I called the attorney. He called Michelle. Michelle called me back. And this is not anything that we have to be concerned with our paying for. This is done mandated by the state. They have money to handle this. So this, page 215 to 226 didn't even need to be in our packet.
Okay, we'll go ahead and address that as soon as it comes up. No problem. Okay. Any other public comments? Nothing? Okay. So next up is item 11A.
Council Chair?
Councilman?
I'm just going to read the resolution. I know the councilman has some things, and I know this is something that was brought on by most of this council body. I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council adopt a resolution regarding the call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza as outlined in 11A.
Support. Motion made by Councilman Baidoon and seconded by Councilman Constant, correct? Councilman Constant. And Councilman Abdul-Haq. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair?
Councilman?
I want to thank the council. I want to thank the body. This is something that, I think, just looking across social media, our hearts go out to see what's happening to the children, the families, to even the men, because I know a lot of it is being ignored, and we're not saying the men, but there are a lot of men that are suffering with this. And, I think I read a statistic the other day. It was like 200 schools, 37 hospitals, almost 67 places of worship. And my numbers could be off, but it was right around there. And to see that this is happening in today's era in 2023, I'm shocked. I haven't even slept. My wife and I just had our second child, and it's like you can enjoy or celebrate having another child, knowing that at every second a child in Gaza is dying. And really my heart aches. I want to delete my social media. I don't want to hang out with friends because the topic of discussion every single second, and I'm glad that it is, but it's just so painful that we're witnessing this genocide taking place in 2023. It is absolutely absurd. And so I thank this body and council chair. I thank you for putting this on and bringing this forward. And believe it or not, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I've been vocal on this. I just had the most recent election, and people were telling me, come pick up your lawn sign, and we're not going to support you no more. And that's okay, because at the end of the day, if me being a human and my heart going out for individuals in Gaza, or any civilian, for that matter, anybody. You can be Jewish, you can be Muslim, you can be Christian, whatever it is. If an innocent life is suffering and people are oppressed, and let it not kid you, the people of Gaza are oppressed right now. It is a pure slaughter. They are slaughtering people day in and day out. And I think every single individual here, from the administration down to the council, needs to support this. And nobody should not be supporting this today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and read the resolution. Let me just read the resolution, so at least it's on record. So this is the City of Dearborn Heights City Council and some other elected officials are calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Council resolution for November 14th, 2023. Whereas the loss of innocent civilian lives in the Middle East represents a tragic situation. Whereas the decades-long occupation has led to the displacement of over 12,000 of the individuals from their homes, either due to the absence of peace, security, or as a consequence of the destruction of their residence. I'm sorry, of thousands of individuals. Whereas United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has stated that when one looks at the number of civilians that were killed during the military operations, there is something that is clearly wrong. Whereas over 2 million Palestinians in Gaza are facing dire circumstances, lacking access to essential necessities such as shelter, clean water, food, electricity, and medical supplies. Whereas there is a substantial risk that this conflict may further destabilize the Middle East, posing a threat to global peace and security. Whereas harmful rhetoric has already caused an abhorrent rise of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in the United States, endangering all of our communities. Whereas every individual deserves the right to live in an environment marked by peace, freedom, dignity, justice, and fundamental human rights, both here and abroad. Therefore, be it resolved that the Dearborn Heights City Council calls upon President Biden, all elected officials, and policymakers to employ their influence and authority to advocate for an immediate ceasefire. Resolved that we implore our federal government to facilitate the unrestricted flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza for the purpose of preserving innocent lives, reinstating peace and stability, and preventing the further proliferation of violence to neighboring regions and at home. Resolved that we urge our federal and state government to safeguard the lives of all citizens, both by facilitating the safe evacuation of U.S. citizens from the region and ensuring threats to our communities are monitored and mitigated. I do want to say, for those that don't know, there's over 12,000 people that have been killed in just the last 3-4 weeks alone. Something I thought about before I brought something like this on, and I want to give credit to Mr. Hassanoun, because he's one of the people that sent me this, and I said, yes, this is the time to go ahead and bring this up. If I say at the council meeting today, you guys are thinking of the number of people that are getting killed and dying, innocent lives, no matter who they are, atheist, Jewish, Christian, Palestinian, Israeli, I don't care. Innocent lives should not be killed, period. If I said, thank you, if I said at a council meeting today, and I said I'm going to name off every single name of the 12,000 people that have been killed, how many people would stay here? Nobody would stay. Because they say, oh my God, that's just too long of a list. But think about it, it's not a list. These are children, grandmas, grandpas, fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, kids, babies. And we're going to go ahead and wipe out a full 125 miles of residents in our country. I love our country, but I don't stand by our foreign policy. I'll just say it outright. I don't stand by our foreign policy. I love this country, and I'm proud to be an American. But I think our foreign policy needs to be relooked at. I've been in 2 wars.
2006.
I've been in 2 wars. I've been there in 2006, and I lived in the 70s in Lebanon during the war there. And for those of you that watch these videos and think, oh my God, that's so bad. It is really bad. But you know what? You'd never know what it feels like to see dead people thrown all over the streets until you've actually lived it. I lived it as a child, and I lived it as an adult. It is not easy. So please help humanity to stop this sick war in the Middle East, in the Ukraine, and anywhere else where innocent lives are being killed. This is not one side or another. This is let's just stop the killing of innocent lives. Thank you. Councilman, you were next. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilman
Chair.
Ahmad, you were next.
Thank you, Council Chair. I also would like to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude for yourself and fellow city elected official for this act of leadership and empathy, because I know Madam Clerk Lincinia and Madam Treasurer Lisa Hicks Clayton did add their name to this resolution. It does take courage to stand up for what's right, especially when the issue at hand are complex and emotionally charged. Our commitment to peace serves as a shining example of the values that should guide us in our roles as public servants. By advocating for a ceasefire, we are not just presenting a resolution, we are giving a voice to the silent cries of the innocent who are caught in the crossfire. The images and reports emerging from Gaza are heartbreaking. Families torn apart, homes reduced to rubble, and the constant threat of danger looming over every aspect of daily life. These are the harsh realities faced by the people of Gaza, Council Chair. At least 11,000 lives have been lost, including almost 5,000 children, with thousands still trapped under the rubble. The unimaginable horror extends to reports of stray animals feeding on decaying bodies, a gruesome testament to the depth of the tragedy. Over 25,000 people injured, enduring extreme pain, with limbs being amputated without anesthesia, as hospitals are depleted of proper medical supplies, fuel, and electricity. A staggering 70% of the 2 million population is displaced, left without basic necessities such as food and water. The World Health Organization has issued a dire warning stating that nowhere and no one is safe in Gaza. Schools, hospitals, ambulances, and even refugee camps, no place seems immune to the continuous onslaught, with many American citizens still not able to flee. In the face of such devastation, we must send a resounding message: cease fire now. As representatives of the people, we cannot and must not turn a blind eye to the egregious human cost of this conflict. In supporting this ceasefire resolution, we not only stand for the people of Gaza, but also affirm our shared belief in the power of diplomacy and dialogue. By taking this step, we are contributing to the collective effort to build a world where diplomacy, dialogue, and understanding wins over hostility. Let us stand together in support of this resolution, affirming our shared commitment to a future where the cries of peace drown out the echoes of conflict. Thank you, Council Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. And again, I'd like to mention, I know Councilman Mobidoun mentioned it, but I'd like to commend and thank our clerk, Lincinia, for supporting this resolution, and Treasurer Lisa Hicks Clayton for supporting this. Thank you.
Council Chair, in 2005, I went with delegation from Dearborn to Kana. It's a little town in South Lebanon, where the United Nations had a compound, and during the war, and during that time, 1996, lots of civilians hidden inside the United Nations compound. An Israeli airplane, F-15, which we paid for, hit that compound and killed 107 people. Civilians have nothing to do with the war, plus several people from the United Nations. I went with this delegation from Dearborn. We planted 107 pine trees in their memories. And the pictures which I saw on the walls of that wall which they have in memory of those kids is devastating. I thank this council, and I thank everyone in the audience who supported this resolution. And I'm asking our Jewish friends who are demonstrating in New York and Chicago, around the world. This is not Jewish, Muslims, or Christians' war. This is people who do not believe in humanity against people who want to live in peace. So I hope to God that they come to their senses and they will cease fire as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Council Chair.
Councilman?
Just to add to what's been said so eloquently by the other council members, I heard a week ago that 101 United Nations employees were killed. So that's to be added to the innocent civilians, the women and children being killed, being slaughtered. I want to thank the council for drafting and putting this resolution on the agenda.
Thank you, Councilman.
Council Chair?
Councilman?
I also would like to add, I know the Councilman Constant most recently shared with me some information that he was sharing some information about what's happening in Palestine, and he was actually being attacked. And so I just say, educate yourselves. That's all. Don't believe everything that's on the media. That's all. Just simply educate yourselves and dig deep. Do your own research. Because I promise you, I'm doing my research on both sides as well. I'm not just looking at one-sided on this. And the truth is there. You'll see it. You don't have to look too far.
Thank you.
Council Chair?
Yes, Councilman.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask everyone to pray for all the innocent victims of this war in the Middle East and pray for peace. But let's not forget and pray for all the innocent victims of other travesties taken on around the world, such as Ukraine. We should pray for all these innocent victims.
Absolutely. Take a moment of silence for the innocent victims. Let's do a minute. Thank you. Prayers to all. Next up on our agenda, I'm sorry, let's go ahead and take this to vote. I apologize. Motion made by Councilman Baidoon, seconded by Councilman Constant. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you. Thank you to all. Next up on our agenda is item number 6, fund transfers and current claims.
Council Chair?
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the current claims and ACH wire transfers 6 through 1 through 6 through 75 as submitted.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Baidoon, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion on that? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is item 7A, consideration of bids.
Council Chair,
Councilwoman, go ahead, please.
I'd like to make the motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for an animal control unit box to Swab Wagon Company, Inc. as the lowest qualified bidder in the amount of $23,910 plus shipping. In addition, authorize the mayor and comptroller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants, the treasurer to issue payment. Furthermore, provided the mayor also authorizes any such payment as a necessary expense, the city council authorizes warrants to be issued from GL account number 101-426-981.000 for these payments. By doing so, the city council is authorizing any such warrant and payment without prior authorization by the city council of the specific warrant and payment as permitted by and consistent with City Charter Section 8.9 as outlined in 7A.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer and seconded by Councilman Abdul Haq. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 7B, ordinance enforcement and animal control director addition bid award.
Council Chair.
Councilwoman, please.
All right. I'd like to make another motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council award the bid for an animal control truck chassis to Garner Ford in the amount of $52,181. In addition, authorize the mayor and comptroller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants and the treasurer to issue payment. Furthermore, provided the mayor also authorizes any such payment as a necessary expense, the city council authorizes warrants to be issued from GL account number 426-981.000 for these payments. By doing so, City Council is authorizing any such warrant and payment without prior authorization by the City Council of the specific warrant and payment as permitted and consistent with City Charter Section 8.9 as outlined in 7B.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Breyer and seconded by Councilman Abdul Haq. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
Thank you, Council Chair. I think I had some discussion with Director Distrom on this. Are we still going with this one, or are we going with?
I have no objection if you want to switch to Longhammer. They will deliver.
Okay.
I know the price is a little more. Just real quick, I'm old school.
Okay.
I was going to go through Gorno because they're closer. I could go there, hands-on. I like the hands-on experience for new vehicles, right? So, and the other one, Longhammer is up in Owasso. It's about 2 hours between travel time with me and somebody else, there and back.
I mean, if you're
So
gonna
it's-
travel, then I thought they could just.
No,
deliver.
they can bring it here. It's not a problem. They can deliver it. I have no objection to making the change. I don't have a problem with that at all.
I mean, it's $300 and some, but it's like 2 hours away, but they can deliver it for free.
But I think what, I believe, I'm speaking on your behalf, I believe with the director, I'm old school too. So I've always believed in
100%.
buying
Yeah, that
local.
was my mindset. Yeah, I like to get
Buying
in there.
local, you do get better service when you have a problem with the vehicle. But that's, again, that's just my
We
personal.
tried to match a price locally. He tried, actually, the director.
I tried to get them to
Didn't
go
work.
down on the bid, and
It's
they
not
would
much.
not. Yeah, it's a little bit, and I appreciate the
No, no,
questions.
thank you for your effort.
And I would also like to really quickly thank all of you for this. This is a big deal. I'm pumped about this. This is a big deal. This is something that we definitely need. And Councilman Baydoun left, but I wanted to thank him because he's the one that recommended the extra $20,000. Without that, we would not be here. So I wouldn't be able to. Is he coming back
He's
in?
here.
Mo, I was just talking you up, man. Thank
Hey,
you.
I've been waiting for this.
Hey,
That's
I
why
know,
walked
I know,
away,
I know. I just said I wanted to thank you for the extra 20,000 because you made the recommendation for the extra budget. And without that, we wouldn't be able to do this. So this is exciting. This thing has all the bells and whistles. Some of these, the swab wagon, there's local municipalities that have these in service. They love them. This is a very unique item, as you guys know. I really appreciate it.
Also, I know I wasn't here for the discussion, but keep in mind, guys, this truck is, it's harvesting animals and it's transporting animals. And many of us here, at least for myself, I can say I'm a big animal lover, and something would ever happen to Sophie, I would hope that it'd be protected and not in an animal control truck that's door can potentially open at any
Heat,
given
yeah.
time.
This has heat, air.
Yeah.
It's got lights inside
about
the
to sleep in
interior,
it.
on the exterior for safety, everybody. It's got the Go light that has a 360-degree light at night if you're looking for something, which we don't have now. It's got everything, and
But Bill,
I'm super excited.
I just want you to know that if you come to us in 2 years and say something went bad, we got to fix this, that's not you're paying out of your pocket.
I'll figure it out in my pocket.
Council Chair.
We'll figure it out.
It's a pretty penny.
It is. Everything's
But we
expensive now.
we budgeted for this.
Listen, we got the 2019 chassis. We got the new chassis or newer chassis that we have now, but the old box on there. In 2019, the chassis was about half the cost. It was about $28,000. The new one is 52-ish. That's how much things have gone up in that short amount of time. So,
Okay.
Council
Go
Chair.
ahead, Councilman Tom Wenzel, go ahead.
Thank you. When do we expect delivery on this?
unfortunately, the delay. This company. There's only a handful of companies that build these. We're looking at on this one is about a 6 month. The other one was 10 months. So yeah, it's 6 months delay. And it's the same thing with the chassis. They're on about a 24 to 30 week delay on delivering chassis. So it's going to be out. So I'm trying to micromanage the truck that we have in service now to make sure we can limp till we can get the new one in service. So
The company we're going with, was that the recommendation from Ideal
for
this? I seen, you went through My Deal on this contract
For the bids.
for the bids?
for which one?
Well, which one did you
The
go for?
animal, the chassis, that was, the chassis I can get are a dime a dozen. There's a million Ford, Chevy, Chrysler, there's a million chassis manufacturers. For the animal control unit box, as I've discussed before, is very, very specific. The SWAT manufacturing is one of the top ones.
I think he's
and they
talking
have-
about the chassis. I know we have bids here from 3 dealerships. I don't think he went to, I don't have any, we don't have any bids from,
No, just one bid for the chassis?
no,
Am I
3
go-
bids.
No,
am I
there's,
go-
there's 3 in there.
Is it-
Yep, there sure is.
Now, you said that it has all the bells and whistles. Is it a dog whistle?
We're going to add that.
You know,
Council Chair.
I'm a century one day, Tom. You keep this going.
Council
Councilwoman,
Chair,
go ahead.
I'd like to also add that I did check on this today because I found out there was a mishap and that it's being taken care of because it is a newer vehicle and it was much cheaper to go this route.
Good. Any other council members?
Thank you all.
Okay.
Administration as well.
Thank you, Director.
It's
Sorry.
still not
Oh,
approved
you
yet.
didn't okay, hang on a second. I take
Yeah,
that back.
hang on with the thank yous. All right, let's go ahead and take this motion to a vote. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. Director Disharoon, go ahead.
May I celebrate now, Council
Yes.
Chair?
Now you can.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate
Okay,
it.
thank you.
Appreciate your support.
Thank you very much, Director. Next up is item 8A, reports from Mayor, Planning Commission appointments.
I'll make the motion. that,
Councilman? Go ahead.
That the Dearborn Heights City Council concur with the mayoral reappointment of the following individual to the Planning Commission. Mr. Kanji Fita, Mr. Jim Juma, Dr. Ali S. Makki, Ms. Jill Mislansky, Mr. Saif As-Sanad, and Ms. Lisa Ferenc Oshansky. These terms all expire January 2026. Further concur with the mayoral appointment of the following individual to the Planning Commission to fill vacancies left by Mr. Ali Berry and Mr. Hassan Saab, Mr. Wissam Fadlallah, and Mr. Hassan Bazzi. Terms to expire January 2026 as outlined in 8A.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Abdul Haq, seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair,
Councilman, go ahead.
I have a question for the mayor. He did remove Mr. Hassan Saab, and he says in his email that his term expired while his term really did not expire. I understand the mayor has the authority to remove people from commission, but was there any reason for his removal? If that is possible, for the mayor to explain. And why these people kept doing their job when they did not get approved early this year by the city council. And they supposed to be approved in order to continue their job. Are all the decisions made by the commission are null and void because of that? Or legally they can continue and all the decisions made are correct?
Mayor?
Term did expire. If you look at, the clerk, sent us a list. His term did expire on it, a few months ago.
Madam Clerk, is that true?
All the terms were, I'm sorry.
When did they get expired?
I think it was January, and I
And
think the mayor
they
did
kept
bring.
and they kept working and making decisions on people's plans. Is that correct?
Well,
I
I mean, to be fair,
believe
that's not for
so.
the clerk to answer.
Yeah, I think you got your answer.
That's not for the clerk to answer, so sorry.
I thought you got your answer. I thought you said it expired.
If they were expired, how did they continue to work and make decisions?
That's a different question, I think. The first question was, and the mayor answered it, is that
Okay.
it expired, right? If that's satisfactory, Jim.
That's satisfactory to me if the clerk.
How it continued, I guess, month to month, the terms, I'd have to go back and look. And I can get you an answer, how it, the charter handles it when the terms expire. I think it's month to month until someone else is appointed, I think.
I don't, I know.
I could check it with you,
I
and
know
I
the
can check it.
charter as much as you do probably, but I do not believe that. And I believe all the decisions which were made are null and void. And I don't know if we're going to have any legal issues against the city. I hope not. Thank you.
I've got a question, so not a question comes to mind. with Mr., I know Mr. Oliveri, at least somebody told me he resigned, so I'm not sure, but specifically in regards to Mr. Hassan Saab, if I'm not mistaken, was he not on for only about a few months? Or was he just finishing up the appointment of somebody else, the term of somebody else?
No, it expired in January last year.
No, but I'm
Early
saying,
this year.
as I recall, when he got on, it was only a few months off the top of my head.
I don't have the list in front of me. but-
Okay, so I'm just asking, was he finishing up?
That's true.
Please, can
Okay,
you
just
come
one-
up to the
one-
podium?
Who's the president of the council?
Okay, hold on one second.
It's okay, let's.
No, nothing from now, just 1 second. Okay, the
So-
council, I don't want to break what he asked, but it should go through
Sir,
the
no,
council
no,
chair.
it's fine.
So I'm just gonna allow you just 30
Right.
seconds, please.
So you remember the votes came in front of you guys to appoint, I believe, somebody else, a few individuals, anything, but you guys decided not to approve it. Remember, you guys pretty much dissolved the commission then, but they said based on the charter, you can continue it. And that's how everybody's commissioning started. I have a letter that bears his name, that it's not, my term is not expired.
Council Chair,
Okay, but,
I'm not going back and forth. I'm gonna tell you what happened here.
I know, but I'm just saying for Mr. Saab, well, thank you.
Thank you.
And I don't want comments from the
I'm gonna
audience.
tell you what happened over here. Councilman Ahmad and myself requested within the administration to please give us everybody's resume before you give us another appointment. Nothing, no resumes were given out. There was actually some chatter going back and forth on Facebook. Guess what we didn't do? We didn't approve anybody here. The only other person that was approved most recently to the planning commission was Mr. Turfy. He sent us a resume, and now most recently, the administration sent us a resume for Mr. Fadlallah and Mr. Bazi. But
And there was a letter from Mr. Hassan Bazi, too.
yeah, I just said, Mr. Hassan Bazi and
Correct.
Mr. Fadlallah, we have both of theirs. But as far as the remainder of this right here, they were never reinstated, but they continue to do business, yes. For what reason, that's an administration question, I cannot answer that for him. But we also don't have the rest of Mr. Fajita, Mr. Joma, we don't have everybody else's. I mean, I know them personally. And if this body's okay with not having theirs, it kind of just goes back on the vote that we made, that we denied back in January, which Mr. Saab was on that as well.
So, but a lot of those, and that's just, I believe
I know
that's what we're.
I know every single one of
No,
them.
absolutely, and I know 99% of them, but I believe I'm just guessing that we weren't given resumes on some that had already been on the planning commission for a while. So it's almost silly, quite honestly, if somebody's been on there for 3 years.
Great.
So after 3 years, bring a resume.
Again, but what I will tell you is the administration has been giving us resumes, so I respect that, Mayor, thank you. But moving forward, let's just continue to share those resumes with, or even just like be a quick bio. I mean, it can come from you, it can come from Roger. But fulfilling.
I'm also in agreement, we need a resume, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not like I'm gonna look at the resume and say, oh, this guy doesn't qualify. No, if it's at the end of the day, it's at your discretion. You have the autonomy to appoint anybody you want, Mayor. Just share the information with the council.
Council Chair.
Thank you. Roger, do you agree to that? Thank you. Hey, that's it. It's not a big deal, guys. Let's all just smile, have a good time, and that's it. That's all I want. I wanted to smile and just say thank you. That's all.
All right, Councilman Abdulhak?
For the future, and I'm going to be very direct too. The appointment must be based on qualifications, not who donated money to a specific official in the city, period.
Okay.
Council Chair?
Yes.
Just so you know, I did pull up the rosters, and all of the terms were expired in January of this year, except for Ali Turfy, who was
I got a memory like an elephant, man.
You do.
I don't forget.
In January of, his term goes until January of 25.
Okay, so the only one officially on the planning commission, non-expired, so when I say officially, I'm talking about non-expired, is Mr. Ali Turfy, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Any other discussions on this?
Council Chair, I just have to say one more thing to Mr. Abdul-Haq. You know how I feel very strong about this administration. What I also want you to know is, Mr. Abdul-Haq, that the administrator, the mayor has the autonomy to choose who he wants to put on that planning commission. And if it just so happens that that person made a large donation to him, we can agree that it can be an ethical thing, but as far as the mayor has that autonomy to make that decision. And I'm not trying to go back and forth and pick sides, but I just want you to know, based on the charter, the mayor has the autonomy to make any decision on who he puts on the planning commission. Now, removing them, obviously with the concur of the council.
Right.
Now, removing them, that would go back, I'd refer that to, corp council, but.
Council Chair?
Councilman Wenzel, go ahead.
Yeah, the mayor can make appointments, but they have to be approved through city
By the
council.
council,
yep,
correct.
concurred by the
It's-
council.
He doesn't have the end all on that. And I'd like to congratulate the 6 members that have been reappointed, doing a good job. And really congratulate our 2 new members, Wissam and Hassan.
Well, provided they get approved, so.
Yeah,
that's-
I
still gotta vote
I
on
got
it.
inside information that they're gonna get approved.
Okay, we gotta vote on it.
But the congratulations, I know you guys are gonna do a great job.
So I could comment on the 2, and I don't receive their resumes, but I could comment on Mr. Fadlallah and Mr. Bazzi. Mr. Wissam Fadlallah has been a realtor for a long time, he's been a city investor for a long time, been involved with many organizations, and he's got a very, very reputable reputation. Very outstanding resident of the community, and I feel personally very comfortable with him. And then Mr. Hassan Bazzi has been very, very involved and committed to the community for many, 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 many years. And both of them are intelligent and educated, so I'm very comfortable with these 2 choices. I'm also, I will say, I've been to many of the planning commission meetings. I've not always agreed with some of the decisions, but I can tell you, looking at the names that are already on there, you got some sharp people on there, so just keep that in mind. Councilman?
I just would like in the future that we vote on individuals,
Individually?
each one, instead we have one package.
Well, on the other hand, so we talked about that on the council in the past. When we do it that way, if you have like, let's say, a body of 7 in this, actually, the planning commission, isn't it 9? 9, yeah. So we're gonna have 9, and we're gonna sit and vote one by one on 9 people is too much. So instead, you vote for them all as a body, unless somebody has an objection about one particular person, then at that point, we go into individual.
All right.
Okay? Any other discussions on this?
Council Chair?
Councilwoman?
I just want to add that I know both and respect both. I think it's a great choice.
Okay. So let's go ahead and take this to a vote. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is item 8B, Local Officers Compensation Commission Appointment.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council concur with the mayoral appointment of Mr. Dennis Koski, PE, and Ms. Roxana Martin to the Local Officers Compensation Commission, terms to expire November 2024 as outlined in 8-B.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Ahmad and seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair,
Councilman?
did we receive Dennis Kolkowski's?
We received, like a picture, what do you call it?
A handwritten?
Handwritten.
Oh, okay, is that, okay, yeah, that was awesome. You know what, I commend Dennis for that, that was actually pretty cool. He wrote his entire resume by hand, and his handwriting looked like a typewriter.
He was out of town.
It was very nice.
No computer. He was out of town.
Yeah, he's out of town.
Yep.
I don't know, Mr. Dennis Koski, so I'd like to rely on the administration for having picked somebody good, but I can tell you, Ms. Roxana Martin, during the interview process for appointing a council member, she was high on my list in terms of just being sharp, educated person, and I was very impressed with her. So I wish her hopefully well in her future endeavors, and hopefully in this one. Any other comments? Okay, let's go ahead and take this to a vote. All in favor, please state aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Next item on the agenda is General Government Civil Service Commission reappointment.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council concur with the mayoral reappointment of Mr. Douglas Bailey to the General Government Civil Service Commission, his term to expire March 2026, as outlined in 8C.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Abdul Haq. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Next item on the agenda is item 9A, Brownfield Administrator Roscoe, 2023-24 Proposed Brownfield Redevelopment Authority Budget.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the 2023-2024 proposed Brownfield Redevelopment Authority budget adopted by the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority Board on September 13th, 2023, as outlined in 9-A.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Ahmad and seconded by Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I know this meeting's going on a little bit longer, but this interests me. Can we have Mr. Roscoe come up and explain exactly what what this brownfield development
Does.
thing is?
I was
So
prepared. I knew you were going to ask that.
Yeah, before you're gonna go into the specific budget, for those in the audience, just get them in layman's terms a little bit about the brownfield.
Oh, that's, yeah,
authority.
that's what he was asking
Yeah.
for. So, the Brownfield Authority is set up as an authority that works with the city for basically, the easiest way to explain it is in Lansing, there's the possibility of money for developers to be reimbursed for cleaning up properties that are considered brownfields, which means either environmentally contaminated properties, properties that are considered functionally obsolete. So it basically deals with remediation, encapsulation, demolition. Some of the projects we've done in the past have, one is the Tim Hortons on the corner of Warren and Telegraph, the Walgreens on the corner of Beach Daily and Ford Road. The newest one is actually right down the street here at Haas and Telegraph, the gas station, the Valero. That's the most recent one.
Beautiful job with that, by the way.
Yeah, so yeah, the developers are all to really be commended because they have to put all the money up front. And then there's as you know, we come to the council, it's between the Brownfield Authority and the council, we approved a plan where they get reimbursed over time for a portion of the work that's done. So, you know, the developers really, they step up and we try to help them to navigate the state monies that are available to them. It's actually, I should say, it's a combination of local and state, because like the one down the street actually is just local captures that were used for that. Because the state, when you deal with them, sometimes it's more tedious and the developer can't wait for the bureaucracy sometimes. So to keep things moving, they just opt for the local money and not the school money that they can get also. But that's kind of it in a nutshell, if that helps.
Sure. Well, you're not giving yourself enough credit, because I can tell you most specifically, that gas station right across from the McDonald's at Haas and Telegraph, yes, the developers get a lot of credit, but without some of this money coming in, maybe they may not have been encouraged to do this. As you obviously already know, that particular spot, for example, as an example, was an eyesore for many, 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 many years. I used to always drive by and think, man, this can't be in Dearborn Heights. And right now, it looks like the Taj Mahal of gas stations. It looks absolutely beautiful. So good job for all you do.
Thanks.
Any other questions for
I was
the
gonna say,
director?
there's still, you know, in the pipeline, there's one or two, we've been talking with some developers to see what they can do, but, you know, it depends on their end, what they can put together, and so we're always willing to assist if anybody has a property like that to redevelop. We're here to do what we can.
Councilman Wenzel first.
Real quick,
then Councilman Council.
the type of work that is reimbursed, it's like, is it true that it's like digging up the contaminated soil and replacing it?
That can be, yeah, that can be part of it. Like at the Tim Hortons, for example, the issue there was so much contamination in the ground from the former gas station. They had to dig out, I forget how many yards deep they had to go into the ground. But actually, Tim Hortons is a unique case. They actually require residential standards. So the corporation actually went even further and took out even more soil just to be extra safe there. So it really helps clean up the community and take those contaminants out, because that was an interesting situation, that intersection of all the contaminants that are in the ground there. So it was kind of a challenge for them, but it came through.
Quick, just to add, those, with the Brownsfield, when they take the soil and they treat it, they put it back. But that's hundreds of thousands of dollars, right?
Well, that actually they remove it completely and they bring in clean soil.
Clean soil, so they don't put it back.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, it is costly.
It's hundreds.
But it's also for the betterment of health of our community and residents.
Exactly. And the one thing that's a little challenging for us, we wish we could kind of force it on some, because some properties are contaminated, you wish you could clean them up, but that's why I give credit to the developers, because they're the ones who have to come forward and voluntarily do it. So if they didn't make the initiative, our hands are kind of tied.
Sure.
So.
Councilman?
The Walgreens at Van Born Telegraph was also a brownfield.
Yep, 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 yeah,
Many years ago, there was a transmission shop there.
yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 9B, Chief of Staff Hernandez and City Engineer Dib, U.S. Geological Survey.
Council Chair?
Councilwoman, go ahead.
This one's dear to me. I would like to make the motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approves a renewal of the joint funding agreement between the U.S. Geological Survey, USGS, and the city for the operation of a stream gauging station on the Ecorse Creek for a cost of $16,000, and authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the contract on behalf of the city. In addition, authorize the mayor and comptroller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants, treasurer to issue payment from GL account 592-536-817.000 as outlined in 9B.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer and seconded by Councilman Abdul Haq. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair?
Councilman?
Just real quick, where's this station going to be located? We need a microphone over there.
It's a renewal.
We just love to hear from our engineer, Mr. Deep.
Yeah.
We always learn so much.
Violation, hold on,
Councilman, this is an existing, we actually have two, but this, one of them is on Beach, and Inkster, and the Ecorse Creek. So it's in the water. I keep visiting that because I use that data quite a bit. It is a monitoring station. We've had it for, I think, since 2015, 2016, and it's an actual satellite hookup with a monitoring laser beam that actually monitor the elevation of the water, and then it constantly sends the data, and then you can follow it on, anyone can follow it on the website. And then this is good because this is where we get the data for the next item, to apply or to actually mitigate flood. You need to have the historical data to support what you're trying to do. So it tells you the elevation, how high the water goes every time you get a storm event.
Where's the other one at?
It's actually on the Rouge, up in the north. It's in Dearborn. But
Wouldn't some kind of log jam or debris in the creek in that
play
release,
with that laser?
Yeah.
They say it doesn't, but, you can see the chart. It keeps historic data. So if you see like something really abnormal, like it jumps, then something floated by, but it comes back. So the chart is pretty accurate. And then every now and then when I'm in the neighborhood, I'll stop by and take a look at it. It does work. It's there.
Cool.
It does work. You can see it from the street.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. It's good data.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Dib? All right, let's go ahead and take this to a vote. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is Chief of Staff Hernandez, this is a very similar item. Chief of Staff Hernandez and City Engineer Dib, citywide stormwater and flood mitigation plan.
Council Chair?
Councilwoman, please.
Again, this is a very needed item. We've had all these reports for years and nothing has really progressed. So this is important we have this. So I'm making the motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council authorize Wade Trim to design a citywide stormwater flood mitigation plan for a cost to the city of $81,010. There are additional funds, I believe, going into this, but this is our portion. Per the attached scope of services and fee. In addition, authorize the mayor and comptroller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants, treasurer to issue payment accordingly as outlined in 9C.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer and seconded by Councilman Abdul Haq. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
We spending all this money. What's the end result of all the data we're going to gather? Where are we going to get the money to basically do what the data given us?
Okay, so for every grant that we submitted, the first question they ask is, what are your plans and what are they based on? To my knowledge, this is the very first time the city of Dearborn Heights is actually doing an analytical analysis of our stormwater system, all of our stormwater system, actually having data to support our position to, when we ask for flood mitigation, you can't just tell the agency, we flood. We know that. So they need things like an analysis of the distribution system. You need things, and there's a detail, I thought was actually very, very, I'm very excited that, to my knowledge, this is the first time we've done actual stream data analysis, flood mitigation analysis, study of our distribution system, our stormwater management system. We're doing stream data. We're doing a model for our flood area. This is where, by the way, this was a very exciting grant. I didn't expect us to receive that, but this was a $306,825 grant to do just that, to get us to a point where we're actually, we can have the data to support the next step. So this is going to give us the surface conveyance, the green infrastructure, stormwater detention. So we talk about, we wanted to place stormwater detention along the property that Dearborn Heights had purchased, demoed homes, but we can't figure out where it needs to be placed, what size it needs to be until we actually do the analysis. This is the kind of stuff that we lack all these years. It's an excellent project. I'm very excited. We do not have any of this information that I know of. We've never done it. This has taken us to the 21st century. We're doing simulation, computer modeling of our system. That data is really needed. And the government, Eagle agreed with us. They're supporting us at 80%. That's a very good project.
Director?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
I'm fine.
Okay. So we're doing a study, and I commend the city for bringing something like this forward and yourself for working on this, because I think obviously it's very, very important. And I think a lot of our residents, even in neighboring cities such as Dearborn and a lot of what happened in Dearborn Heights in terms of flooding, none of us want to, deal with that. As a matter of fact, I'm still dealing with it, but that's a whole nother story. But kind of along the lines with Councilman Abdelhak had said, so we're going to design, I like to speak to it in layman's terms. We're going to design this home. We're going to have this architect look at it. We're going to have this engineer look at it, building department look at it. Everybody's going to look at it. But unless we have the money to fix this problem, we're going to go nowhere. So then the question becomes, if we're going to get the money from the citizens, it's not happening, because we already have too much complaints about too much taxes. So the only way we could get something like this is obviously grants.
Yep.
Okay? Funding from the federal and the state level.
Yep.
The concern that I've got is, do we have enough infrastructure in place? And I know we use Plant Moran's, blanking on the name of it now.
Plant Moran Gap.
GAP, thank you. I know we use the GAP program to bring in some money, but I don't know, I've always felt it's not enough.
I'm sorry, Plant Moran Gap looks at, audits our books.
I'm sorry.
Scout.
Scout. What are we gonna do to bring in enough additional funding to be able to take care of this type of problem? Because and I know.
It's not going to be cheap.
Once we get the results, it's not gonna be 10,000, it's definitely not gonna be 100,000.
So we currently have commitments from multiple sources, but they all ask for this information. They want to know, you can't tell them that I need flood mitigation. You need to support, you need to provide, and you have to have a plan. You have to show them, these are my needs. So when they say capital improvement, that's what they mean. When you identify, let's say we identify that we need to do a detention basin. Okay, where, how big, what, based on what? So, all this data that we've never had, we complain about the flood, that we need flood mitigation money. But when we ask these agencies, Eagle is one of them. We met last Thursday with CDBGDR, disaster recovery. They have extra money for us. I was notified today, we have extra money for you. They need this data. We need to make the case. We need to make the case. We can't just go to agencies and say we want money.
I get
you
that.
need to make the case.
But do you know where I'm coming from? I'm coming from the Ecorse Creek, for example. I, in my 8 years on council, have seen, I think, 20 reports on it, 4,000 meetings, 28,000 comments on it, and to this day, nothing's happened. But I also get it, we don't have the money for it. But here's where my concern goes. We do Just like we did with the Ecorse Creek, 2,000 studies, but no money.
You've never done any of this information.
I get that.
You've never done
Yeah.
computer modeling? We don't even know the
Wait,
status
one
of our
second, let
storm.
them finish, let them finish.
The
Go ahead.
storm, so this is looking at the storm capacity of the storm system itself before it gets to the river. So we're looking at the river capacity, we're looking at we're doing modeling. This has never been done before. This is what we need to support going after grant money. And it was never our intention to put this on taxpayers in the city, because I know it would be expensive. But I know we can go after funding if we have the data to make the case.
So Council
Okay,
Chair.
let's have the mayor go first. Go ahead.
1 second, Council Chair.
One second, let them finish. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was actually gonna brief you guys on the Ecorse Creek. So, you know, I'm on the board of directors for the St. Lawrence Great Lakes Water Authority St. Lawrence Cities Initiatives. That organization comprised over 350 mayors, and I'm on one of their board of directors. So we're able to actually put the Ecorse Creek on the map. The first meeting I had, we had a conference in Canada last year. They've never even heard of Dearborn Heights, you know, since I've been on the board now going on 2 years. Okay, we had another conference in Chicago. Actually, we started talking about the Ecorse Creek. And, you know, I brought some data with me. So since then, that entity, the St. Lawrence the city's initiatives, we had a meeting 2 days ago in Southgate, which is all the DCC mayors and supervisors. Everybody showed up to advocate for the Ecorse Creek, because it's not just the Dearborn Heights issue. It's an issue with all the surrounding communities, including Taylor. And Mr. Deeb mentioned to me the other day, you know, they have a drain that goes under Taylor, and I was not aware the drain that had an issue. So he brought it up, and actually it was brought up again a couple days ago at the DCC meeting with the city's initiatives. So they had, at that meeting, they had people from Washington, D.C. call in. So they were on Zoom. All the mayors were present in Southgate. They also had people from Ottawa. So this is, again, you know, everybody cares about what goes into the Great Lakes. So one of the things that we brought up about the Ecorse Creek, about the issues, is just because, you know, it's not just flooding. You know, flooding, it goes through people's homes, their garage, and it takes all the toxic chemicals in the waterways. And that's something that they took very seriously when I mentioned that. You know, we had the huge flood, you know, several years ago. You know, we saw paint cans, thinners, I mean, all kinds of chemicals that were in the water. So that was alarming to that entity. So with that, they actually have this company called Stantec. So Stantec was brought by the city's initiatives. So Stantec actually took all the Army Corps of Engineers studies for the last 50 years, and they've been digesting the data. So they went through all the data, and they found that the Ecorse Creek, one of the best areas for them to put a basin, and actually they brought that up. They had maps, they had all kinds of data with them that they brought and they presented, is the old incendiary. So what they did is they actually, this company is huge. It's one of the biggest, and it's worldwide. It's not, you know, it's worldwide. So when they started doing an assessment, they found out you know, I'm sure everybody's heard of the old incendiary. So they're going to use that as a basin. So with that, so they rate it has an 8.6 ratio. So if you have 1.6, 1.7 ratio, then the federal government takes seriously that, okay, that's a good improvement, or that's going to be helping the residents or the people of the United States. So this is 8.6, so this is like a huge benefit to us. So they're actually, as of right now, so I have the timeline that they sent me today. They think within 2025, they will be start digging on old incendiary, and they're going to start the project. So they're going through, I asked for a timeline. So they're going to ask not a penny from the residents of Dearborn Heights, not water rates like it was done in the past, 20-something million that we're paying through water bills, you know, from I'm sure you guys have, you know what we're talking about, the bond money for the water meters and, you know, everything else for the CSO project. So this is not gonna cost the residents anything. So this money is gonna come straight, from grants. And we don't even have to go ask for grants. The federal government is gonna be giving us that grant. Once this company, Stantec, presents to the federal government to say, hey, this is an 8.6 something, I think 2 or 3 ratio. They gotta take that, and they take that very serious. And I'll keep you guys informed. I was gonna give you an update later, but the Ecorse Creek, actually, they showed, they had modeling, 3D modeling. It's gonna be 75 to 80%. Even, that's before Wayne County puts the $10 million in taking all the BS in it. So that's before that. So after the Wayne County does their thing, then it's gonna be, they estimate between 85 to 90%,
Okay.
help to the residents.
Thank you.
Council Chair?
Councilman Bedun's first, and then Councilman Wenzel.
I'll be brief, Council Chair. Kind of like what Mr. Deeb was saying here. I think it's important to have this information because in reality, we don't have anything that's going through and giving us the structure and where we need to put our focus in. And I'm sure we're not going to get money overnight, but we also don't have any documentation like this. And when I seen this, it brought me back to like our 5-year master plan, which we're still waiting on for the last 3 years. It tells you that you're not going to get grants without your 5-year master plan. You're not going to get any flood mitigating money if you can't show proof where these issues are lying. And so I commend you for this, Mr. Lee. But I will tell you, I'm going to be very open about this from now and until the near future, until forever, as long as I'm on here. The flood issue, like Council Chair has said before, and I know the mayor just briefed us on the Ecorse Creek, and I thank you for that, but the Ecorse Creek is still an issue. And everybody that runs for office says they're going to figure out an issue for the Ecorse Creek. And nobody has done anything for the Ecorse Creek thus far.
I can't speak to the past.
And I'm not saying, by the way, Mayor, I swear I'm not taking this in towards the mayor. I mean, look, at the end of the day, the mayor can only do so much, and I don't want you to think I'm saying this towards you. I mean, I'm talking about Lansing. I'm talking about our governor. I'm talking about every single person that's running for Congress. Great, $1.2 million. I love Rashida, but guess what? $1.2 million is not going to fix the issue with the Ecorse Creek. True. So I want you to know, to us, to the residents of Dearborn Heights, I feel for them. When we knock on doors and when we're there and when we're hanging out at our friend's house, we know that when it rains, no matter what, an issue is going to happen in that residence area.
Okay.
But hold on. And I promise you, I'm not trying to be controversial. I know the mayor may have felt that way, but that's truly, I apologize if you felt that way, but that's not my intentions. I promise you. My intention is to let you know this is a great idea. But when Wade Trim brings us somebody forward to work on something like this, we want to make sure that we properly vet them out, Bond, please.
So please understand, I can't speak to the past, what happened in the past, but ever since I became involved in this, every effort that we're taking is designed to concentrate on the solution. And the solution is not just, we're not just looking at the creek itself. We're looking at all the attributes, so the capacity of our storm system that is not able to drain into the creek, the channel capacity, all of it. We're looking at the entire thing. But one major issue that was becoming, again, working against us is that we didn't have any data. We did not.
I agree.
We couldn't say, and we've had many issues with litigations, and we couldn't support the data. We didn't have the data to provide. We're trying to change that now.
Okay. Councilman Wenzel was first, then we'll go to the mayor.
Thank you, sir. Council Chair. For years, I've been saying this, and I wasn't going to stop until it happened, that all the studies we've had, and we've had studies from the Army Corps of Engineers several years, 20 years ago, and all the studies that said, every one of them ended up saying there's only one way you solve the flooding on the south, on the Dearborn Heights and Ecorse Creek, is to build a retention basin at the old incinerator site. And I've said that over and over and over again. And I said I wouldn't stop until it happens. And what the mayor is saying right now has got me really excited. And I'd like him to forward us all the information you have on this, because this is really exciting to me. And it's like I say, it's the only way that's going to stop the flooding. It's been documented several times by major organizations. Thank you so much for everything.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
No, again, like Mr. Deep said, a lot of stuff, whatever happened in the past, is in the past. But I can tell you, our city is facing some major issues that we're trying to fix. And I can tell you, there's a lot of things that you guys are not even talking about, with the DUA, stuff that was actually signed off, before we got here. That's costing the city a lot of money, the DUA, the downriver, the wastewater treatment plant. So, there's a lot of stuff that, we'll bring forward to you, but, they're asking for a bond right now, about $10 to $15 million bond to fix some issues, basically to dry the poop, That's what basically in layman's term, and they can't get it right. And this is something that we're having issues with over there. And, Mr. Deeb is involved with that. He's involved with everything that has to do with water and sewer right now. And I can tell you, there's a lot of work that we need to do. And, it's not just the Ecorse Creek. We got the Rouge River is another concern that's going to be a huge problem for the city of Dearborn Heights. If we don't fix both of them, then, any type of flooding, we're going to have a big issue with the whole city, not just, south end.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
we got a lot of 500-year storms coming.
All right, let's go ahead and put this to a vote unless somebody else had a comment. No? Oh, you had, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilman, you were next.
Mr. Dean,
Yes, sir.
the Army Corps of Engineer study, does it help you in any way?
It does. That's the ultimate solution that Councilman Wenzel was talking about, but we also have other issues. I'll give you an example. When the streets are flooding, this is not due to the river only. It's the capacity of the conveyance system not able to drain into the river large enough. So you've got not just the river or the creek itself, you also have distribution, your storm system. Your storm system, it has limited capacity. And so when you drain it, I went and looked at those areas when we have people in canoe and that's not the river water, that's the street water not able to make it to the river. So we've got multiple things. Yes, if you put the Corps of Engineers large detention basin and you make it large enough, but that's when this data will provide. So you need to find out how much in the storm. So this model will give you, if we have a 1-inch storm, this is what kind of capacity I need. If it is a 2-inch storm, this is what you need. That's what computer modeling does. So this is the kind of stuff that we're going to need regardless. Maybe I can do smaller in the meantime. If I can't wait for $100 million, I can do a smaller detention in the location where I can, deter it, but I need that data to show me where I need to put it and how big. So if I wanted to put a hole in the ground, I need to know the size.
Council Pro Tem, real quick. So the data, as
Mayor, if you don't mind.
Hang on.
I still have a question.
Okay.
How long, time-wise, this study going to take? 1 month, 2, 3?
No, this is
years?
actually,
Page 323.
yeah. This will be done before the end of the year,
Okay.
24.
Let's just take this up to a vote, guys. Mayor, do you want to add anything
Yeah,
else?
so real quick, I just want to clarify because the question was asked again. So the studies, we're not doing any more studies,
Yeah.
from what was done in the past. For the Army Corps of Engineers are not doing any more studies. So Stantec took all the studies for the last 30, 40 years, everything. And they digested all the data and they came up with a few presentations that they brought to us and a proposal. So now, I don't know if you guys remembered, about a year and a half ago, both Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib and Congresswoman Dingell, they presented a check for $1.5 million. That's the design work that they're actually doing on the basin.
Yeah.
The basin right now, the latest, it's going to be roughly about $26, $27 million. So that's the basin with about 75, depending on what they do with the $10 million, Wayne County, it's going to bring minimum of 75% efficiency for flooding. Minimum.
Thank you. Let's take this up for a vote, guys, please. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. Thanks for the practice.
Motion carries. All right. Next item on the agenda is item 9D, Parks and Recreation Director Lawrence Hell, Department Credit Card Limit Increase.
Council Chair,
Councilwoman?
I make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the increase of the Parks and Recreation credit card limit from $1,400 to $5,000 as outlined in 9D.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Abdul Haq. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair,
We'll start with Councilman Bidun and Councilman Abdulhak.
You know, and I want the director to know that I appreciate her coming forward here with this, but I'm very, very big on check and balances, and $5,000 limit starts with you, and it starts with the building director, nothing against Rick. Then it's gonna go to the ordinance department, then it's gonna go to this department, and we're gonna end up with all these different departments at a $5,000 limit when our charter doesn't state this. Now, I know, I read your resolution and why you need to do it and for the buses and things go out. But I mean, we meet, quite frankly, quite often, and frequently. And I don't see, if we're planning ahead, why aren't we making these, approvals ahead of schedule, like we do for most of the things that we've done, and especially in the past? Now, I know a lot of things are changing, but I just want you to know firmly, I am completely against this resolution. I'm completely against getting an increase. I was actually completely against going up to 1,400. And now we're going a year and a half later, we're moving up to 5,000. And that's truly just where I stand, and I think this body ought to keep in mind, and it's not you, Director Lawrence, I know you're doing a great job, but it's who's to come when I'm not here, and when my children are here. And does that number go from 5,000 to 10,000, 10,000 to 20,000? And because, inflation is so high 20, 30 years down the line, people are gonna be at $40,000, $50,000 limits without the approval of this council will become obsolete. And it might seem a little dramatic with what I'm saying. I'm definitely opposing this.
Council Chair?
Okay, Councilman Abdulhak was next, and then Councilwoman.
What is the maximum?
It was 1,400. Originally,
What is the maximum you spend using a credit card?
I'm sorry, what was the
In
maximum?
the last year, what is the maximum amount you used?
On the credit card?
Yes.
1,400, and after that, we weren't able to offer the trips that, because you can't charge anymore on the credit card. Originally, when I requested a credit card, if you recall, I was the first one, and then I was lumped in with the 1,400. I knew at that time that would not accommodate our trip situation. It's not only just the senior trips. When we come to the summer, we've got an issue because we offer youth trips at the same time that we offer the senior trips. You can't pre-plan with the youth trips. And as far as the senior trips go, most of the venues will only take a credit card. So as people here will attest, I had to track down and try and use the Amex card several times. And that becomes very difficult and cumbersome to be able to do that and make the payment and secure the venue for the trip that we want to come go to. Because of that, I've had to turn down certain trips that we needed to use a credit card for. Obviously, the seniors weren't happy, and not using that for a plug. I'm just telling you the honest to God truth. It's 1,400 does not cut us through with the summer at all. We definitely turned down senior trips. We just have a trip coming up to Glory of Christmas. The only thing they will take is a credit card. So that is the dilemma and the issue that we have. We don't have petty cash anymore in the sense that we used to have. We have a different system now. And then also we used to be able to use cash advances for the youth trips. We aren't able to use that anymore. So we're down to just using the credit card. The $1,400 does not allow us to do business that we need to do to accommodate our residents.
What is the maximum amount you spend on one of those trips?
On one of those trips, it depends if the venue.
Needed to spend on one of those trips.
If the venue only accepts a credit card, okay, we do, I have to back up a little bit. We do try to talk them into taking a check, but a lot of businesses won't take checks, but the ones that will, we will do the deposit on the credit card and then follow it up with the check. We do make every effort to do that, but there are a lot of places that won't take a check at all. So I would guess, based on our past trips, the max has been $2,500 for a trip. When we sell out a trip, sometimes the tickets are $60 per person. We take a full bus.
So $2,500 would be sufficient?
That's only for one trip. That will not cover us like when we're doing senior trips and youth trips at the same time.
Every month you could redo the $1,400.
There's only been, I don't know, 5 or 6 months that we've went and had a big issue.
So it's not going to come to that at all. I've been very diligent in getting my receipts and my records into our treasurer, she will tell you, in our controller's office. I don't like to limit the trips to the seniors. They're used to going on the certain trips that we've always done. The one trip that I had to limit this year was the Glory of Christmas as an example, but.
Director, I will recommend to you to talk with the administration and come up with something which is reasonable for you for on monthly basis. What is the maximum you want to use for, let's say, 1 month period or 2 months period? And you come back to the city council.
Yeah, it's what I put in my request was 5, but there will be a lot of months that we won't come anywhere near that. I monitor the card very closely.
Okay, Councilwoman, you had.
I can tell you from a standpoint of going on some of these trips with the seniors, that they can run to $3,500 by the time you add the bus. We have to pay in advance sometimes for the meals and the different venues. For instance, I'm trying to think of when we went to Lansing last year, the female singer.
I don't know,
who's
but
passed.
I don't know
They
them
can run
individually
very
because we have
expensive
so
with-
many, but.
Well, with the
They can
entertainment.
be $60 to $100 per person, and the
Yes.
seniors pay us directly, so it's not like it's not revenue that we haven't received. We receive all that revenue first. It goes into our account, and then from there, the bills are paid either by check or deposit by credit card.
Okay.
So it's not that we haven't received the money. We do have the money in the accounts.
Okay, I have two potential proposals. First one is actually not a proposal, a question. So being that this is a trip that we're taking 40, 50, 60 seniors on.
It's usually 45, 50 at the
Yeah,
most.
whatever it is. Needless to say, just from pure logic, no one, not you, not me, not nobody, would take 60, 40, 50 seniors on a trip deciding today, and then we're taking them next week, in general.
No.
I presume,
Well, there
in
is.
my head, that there's some pre-planning ahead of time, which means it would have been a month or two or whatever it is ahead of time. But with that being the case, presumptively that's the case, if that's the case, then you just can bring, very easily, you got plenty of time to bring it to council for approval ahead of time. Because there's no way, in my head, unless I'm wrong, that, and this is not you specifically, I'm talking about just the position, that any director will make a decision to take 50 seniors on a trip today and then take off next Friday.
Well, when you plan a trip, you actually have to plan backwards. I mean, this is a program that I started and actually was the trip person for a long time. Basically, what you have to do is you have to plan backwards, and you have to, start with the date that their payment is due. But the big issue that you run into with that is you always have seniors that want to go on the trip after the deadline date is done. Now, we get group rates. It's the best way to go, and it's the least expensive for the seniors. But what happens is we don't know how many people are going until probably 3 weeks, 4 weeks before the trip, and then we have the whole other process to deal with. And getting the check processed, coming to council.
I respect that.
We miss out on the
So about part
trip.
2, so this is where my proposal was going. I, like Councilman Baydun, I'm uncomfortable with any director, so this is not regards to Kim, we're talking about just directors in general, having access to $5,000 at any one point, because you always also take a risk of potentially somebody else within that particular administration, God forbid, doing something wrong with it. What about this proposal? You're saying you need it for the seniors, you're saying you need it for your department, and I respect that. You're saying it wouldn't work to come to council body 30, 40, 50 days ahead of time. Fine.
Well, you can't do that. Sometimes you get a trip
I'll take
last
it at face
minute,
value.
too.
I respect your opinion, so I'll take it at face value. What if we were to do it like this, where we'll have it at 1,500, but that, up to 1,400, you'll still have the same thing you've always had. But from 1,400, and I'm just gonna throw a number out there, to 4,000, or maybe even 5,000, has to have either, and we'll have to decide as a council body, either mayor and council president approval via email, or
I have no
That's
problem
one.
with that.
or either both or one, and or. But that way we'd have checks and balances, and that way, I'm gonna take you out of the equation.
Yeah.
You have Dave Abdallah as a recreation director, and I decide to do some funny business, but because it's over 1,400, I gotta get the mayor's and the council president's approval, which obviously
It's
if I'm doing
much
funny stuff, I
easier,
won't get it.
it's much easier to do that than it is to track down the use
So
of
now,
the
with
other
that being
cards.
the
So
case, before we take this into a potential approval or discussion, Corporation Counsel, I don't know if you can give us a statement on that right now, but can that be potentially done? Do you see any problem with that, or the clerk or the mayor?
You mean in terms of her having the approval petition up to 5,000?
Up to 1,400, and again, a director, we're not mentioning Kim specifically. A director would have up to 1,400, but from 1,400 to whatever X number we pick,
Surpass 1,400.
anything surpassing 1,400, whatever that capping out would be, whether it's 4,000 or 5,000, would have to come with, and we'd have to decide either approval from the council president and mayor, or mayor or council president. This way, there's checks and balances now. And now, she or any other director would need it for the seniors. They'd have access to that money, but also the city would be protected in case, God forbid, there's some funny business.
Council Chair, I mean, I like your, sorry, may I? I mean, I like your proposal, but I mean, I would suggest you, I mean, the council chair and the mayor, it's only one email. I mean, it's easy to,
And when I
everybody
have-
will be on the same page.
When I have large payments for, like that are coming up, that I know is coming up, I can just forward you the invoice and say, hey, I need to use the
Well,
card,
that's what
it's
we're
over the
saying.
1,400.
And then if either, again,
I'm
we can
fine
do this
with
where
that.
it's council chair and mayor, or and/or, I mean, depends.
Whatever you
Honestly,
decide.
I'm gonna disagree with you on one thing. If this were to pass, it should be council chair, council pro tem, and somebody from the director, including the mayor. Because,
go on Zoom, that's it.
Wait. Nothing from the audience, please.
no, it should be the council chair and the council pro tem, including the mayor.
Well, I'm just thinking with just two people and then.
Honestly, but what's another name?
Okay. Any potential problems with that, Madam Clerk, on your end, that you're aware of?
I'm still.
Treasurer, any potential problem with this proposal?
They're not using
Come
your
on up.
side anymore.
That would be a policy.
I think the councilman had something.
Oh, I apologize.
No problem.
I'll let you finish from the treasurer.
Okay. Thank you, Council Chair and Honorable Body. And I understand Director Lawrence's predicament, what she goes through, in particular with summer trips and having to get the Amex card, which is our alternative. And that simply requires a letter from the mayor, signed by the mayor, that comes to me and has yours. I require your signature, and then you get the card. And other department heads do that as well, if there's something that has to be paid with a credit card. So that is already in place. What concerns me with this is that petty cash card, that's exactly what it is. It's a petty cash card. That's why the $1,400 was set by the policy that you approved, because that's the charter. That's a charter requirement. And it also concerns me, and this is nothing directly, I want a solution for you, but I want to be mindful of internal controls. And what the charter says with section 8.9, where is your oversight, where's your following what's required when we go to make that payment too? Because I'm not seeing that piece.
I'm sorry, Madam Treasurer, could you repeat exactly what's the process we go through, the one you just mentioned?
Over the because again, that 1,400 that you're talking about,
Okay.
that card is a petty
Talking about the
cash card.
$1,500.
It took the place of petty cash banks, because the petty cash banks having a cash in a box is a horrible idea in your city.
Okay.
Okay, that's why we changed it. And you approved that, and I thank you for that. That's why the department heads have up to 1,400. That meets, it's within the charter requirement, right, for what's allowed. But this, Director Lawrence has times, like during the summer with trips and things, where she needs to pay something that's more than that.
Okay.
Okay, and that may be and she's right. It may be a requirement of the business or whoever the, trip facilitator is, whether it's Frankenmuth or whoever. It's just a requirement, she needs a card. So therefore, she can get the Amex card, and it simply requires a letter from the mayor. Okay, the mayor does the letter, doesn't take very long to sign it, get it done, comes to me. I have you sign it, because I always like to have the department head and the mayor, okay? And then that says you're using the card for this, and you've got the approval process in there, the check and balance, so it's not just me handing you a card and saying, go have fun, right? And then I'm retaining that for records, and also the card comes back to me. It's all very clean.
Okay. Councilman?
To be honest with you, it's not that simple. I've done it several times, and it's not been that simple. And then you also run into the problem where people are not available to get that process done. So that's pretty much what I have to say about that process.
I'm gonna let Councilman finish. I apologize.
Director, I just have a couple of questions. How many trips do you have throughout the year, especially at the same time, like
Well,
same
we
month?
usually have 2 or 3 motor coaches a month, and then we also have 2 trips a week with our small bus, either our 27-passenger or 14-passenger buses. So we have quite a few. It's not very simple. Then when you add the summer, we have motor coach trips for our summer recreation program and also for our day camp program.
And usually those 1,400, what do you use them for?
The 1,400, what we've used it for is actually for deposits for the trips. As I said, and this is true to the way the business runs, you have to use a credit card to secure your seats when you go to a venue. I'll use the Glory of Christmas for an example. If you, they have a certain day that they start their selling of their seats, okay? You have to be on the phone early in the morning at 10 o'clock to get the seats, get the good seats, the decent seats that the seniors are used to, and you secure the amount of seats that you need at that time. And then you have to pay the deposit, which is usually 10 to 20% of whatever the amount is. And then after that point, you have to pay the balance. Sometimes we can put the balance on a check, but not always. Sometimes the balance has to be paid by credit card because of the venue. The summers are very difficult because we have all 3 of the groups. We also use it for our petty cash for our last-minute expenses for our events.
All right.
So mainly this
we're
credit card
maxed
is only
out.
for events and, mainly for just trips?
What's that?
This credit card mainly for
have an
events and
answer.
trips?
Events and trips, and that's it. And it's last-minute stuff for events.
All right, we gotta wrap this up. Question.
All right. For instance, in December, we have 10 different trips planned with the seniors. That's in addition to our Christmas parties and the tree lighting ceremony and the flea market that Eaton is having. So there are 10 at least per month, every month, that we
Mayor,
do
do you see any
have.
potential problem with this?
No, I mean, we can do as you suggested, Council Chair. We can send you, let you know exactly what we're putting on there, and
And I can send invoices.
Yep, and we will, because it.
But what
it
number
is-
what number do you think would be reasonable based on this?
We can,
Would you say-
we can send you all the receipts.
Well, no. If we're gonna do this system, I'd want it capped.
You have
Yeah.
3, 4, or 5. Can you
I
live with
think if we-
3,500 for right now?
I'm sorry, what?
Can you live with up to 3,500?
Yeah, I can do that. Anything's better than what we have now, because what
Okay.
we have
But
now is
Council
not
Chair,
working.
If we go with that amount, again, we can do as you suggested. We can send you the invoices, because the directors came to my office several times over the
I
last
have,
2
and I have
years.
to track
And
everybody down.
It's really frustrating, because, she has to cancel trips,
No, I
because the
understand.
card's maximized, and you gotta leave the seniors high and dry, because they can't go on some trips.
So that's why any amount in that month over 1,400 up to 3,500,
We can send it to you.
it has to be approved by the council chair and mayor.
I'm perfectly
and council
fine
pro
with that.
And council pro tem.
And maybe we can include the treasurer too, or controller.
No, not now, we'll go back to too many
No,
people,
but
honestly.
but you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. Listen, we got a motion on the table that needs to be voted on.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, I'm suggesting changing the motion to be up to 3,500 with council chair, council pro tem, and mayor's approval. If it's anything over 1,400, capping at 3,500. Anybody have any discussion on that?
Honestly, I
And we'll just
disagree.
take that
I
to a vote?
disagree.
That's fine.
And I'm gonna tell you why I
All
disagree.
right, go ahead.
Because every single person on this body here is 100% equal. And so, and I'm not speaking like, I don't want anybody to feel like right now that if something is approved, this council member is not informed, that council member is not informed, this council member is not informed, this council member is not informed. At the end of the day, $5,000 or even $3,500 without the approval, because now I'm basically saying Mo Beydoun or Nancy Breyer, Councilwoman Breyer, has no idea what is being approved, and she's being appointed to be financially savvy. And she's not knowing that information today.
Council
But in the
Chair,
same
but-
token, there's not enough time to do what needs to be done.
Council,
Chair, well,
you
hold on.
guys will still approve it at the end. I mean, you're gonna see it on the invoices.
Council
And,
Chair.
You guys gonna see that.
Council Chair, I want you to keep in mind, though, that at the end of the day, and again, this isn't, this is not at Director Lawrencell. Everybody has a fiduciary duty here. And so unless it's going to every single council member separately, so that everybody, so it's not, doesn't violate the Open Meetings Act, then no, I don't agree with it. The only way I would support this to be kept at 3,500 is that every single council member here is informed of that information.
Then do on Zoom, emergency Zoom.
Okay, nothing from Mayor Alvarez, please.
Or we plan ahead.
Okay.
Council
So
Chair?
now okay, last comment. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I'll just say, Director McCaffrey, I think he has something to say on this. He's standing there.
I wanted to support this motion in a couple ways. As department heads, we're authorized to make up to a $1,500 purchase, straight up, card or no card. So the problem is often the vehicle with which we make that purchase. Checks are dying. People don't use POs. No one uses POs. I know the council has encouraged us to use local business, to utilize the people in our community. Guess what? They don't use POs. They like cards. That's what they want to use. So I would encourage, I like Dave's suggestion of some kind of in the middle. I understand what you're saying, Mo, in terms of making sure we have more council approval and.
Or
and
check, I just want checks and balances.
Right, and
Because
that's
once
fine.
that goes missing, that's when things start going wrong.
Right, and there's a couple ways to build that in. Like, for instance, since we're currently authorized to do a $1,400 purchase right now with a PO or a check or anything like that, nothing on the card can be over $1,400 without council approval. That might be one way to do it. I have used the Amex before. The trick with the Amex sometimes is it's required council approval sometimes, and there's other things, by the way, other than vacations that you're dealing with here. On that $1,400 card, you have all these senior vacations. She has 4 buildings that she has to maintain. To give you an idea of what that entails, I have an automatic sliding glass door at CK, right? How many people do you think work on automatic electronic doors in this state? Let me tell you, I've only found one. Well, there's hardly anybody. And guess what? They take a check in advance, which means it's got to go through the entire council process to even get that door fixed. And when that door is broken, let's say it's winter, that means it's broken and it has to be either open or shut during that period of time. Now, luckily, it happened in summer. But these kind of things can happen, and anyway, so Dave's asking me to wrap it up. So anyway, there can be a compromise in the middle somewhat, but
Okay.
all we're asking is a little more flexibility to be able to handle some emergencies that come up.
And I want you to know, Director, I'm so sorry, I don't mean this. Look, by all means, almost every single director I would approve today.
Yeah.
But what happens when I'm not here, and me and you don't know who that next director or mayor or
Yeah,
council member
I
is.
know.
And that's where I'm not saying today, I'm speaking for the future. That's when the nepotism starts to happen. And
Oh,
I'm not
yes.
saying it's happening today. I want to make that very clear.
I'm
You know,
fine
and
with
I
checks
agree
and
with you.
balances.
Crazy things happen.
Yeah.
I mean, there were things where our police department needed a new generator. I get it. Your door broke down. I mean, those certain scenarios. But I'm going to be honest with you. If we want to have senior trips, let's plan ahead.
Well, it's the trips, but that is part of it. There's also expenses on the trips. There
True.
are things that come up. And there are ways that we can possibly talk about
Okay.
bridging this gap. And
All right, let's go ahead and wrap this up. Councilwoman, you made the initial proposal. I don't know if you guys want to change it up to 3,500 with 3 council members' approval. Would that be council chair, council pro tem?
And the treasurer.
And
the treasurer, yeah.
I'd like the treasurer on there, Council
and the
Chair.
treasurer and the mayor, so now
Correct.
you're back to,
Yes,
okay.
give
And
me
the treasurer and
the-
mayor. Okay, go ahead and make the motion.
All right. I'll change the motion that we could go to 3,500 with the approval of council chair, excuse me, treasurer and the mayor.
And council pro tem.
Council Pro Tem.
I know you guys want
And
council
just to
pro
be
tem.
clear, that's just for charges over $1,400.
Exactly, for charges over the 1,400.
Capping not to exceed 3,500.
Yes.
Okay, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Nancy Breyer.
Yes?
Zuhair Abdalhak.
No.
Tom Wenzel.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, Tom.
You thought we were going alphabetical.
Tom Abdallah.
Moby Dun.
No.
Hassan Ahmad.
Yes.
Robert Constant.
No.
And Dave Abdallah.
Yes.
The
We
yeses
have four
have it.
yeses. Motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much. Next item on our agenda is item 9E, Parks and Recreation Director Lawrence L., 2024 Smart Contract.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the Smart Municipal and Community Credit Contract for the fiscal year 2024 and authorize the mayor and clerk sign the contract on behalf of the city as outlined in 9-E.
Support.
All right, motion made by Councilman Ahmad and supported by Councilman Baydun. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 9F, Parks and Recreation Director Lawrence L.
Council Chair,
We'll give this one to Councilwoman Breyer.
All right. I make the motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the proposal agreement between the city and Mid-America Shows Delaware Limited Liability Corporation for the amusement ride contract for 2024 through 2028. That's our yearly carnival type. And in addition, pending review of Corporation Council, authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the documents on behalf of the city as outlined in 9F.
support.
Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I'm sorry, is that housekeeping matter?
Please
We're
go
not,
ahead.
I'm sorry, Councilman. We're not voting on the contract, correct? Because the contract has a lot of issues that I've seen. We can vote on Midwest, the approval, but the contract, if we vote on it, and I'm stuck, and I can't review it or make any additions.
So how about if we made this
Approve the
subject to final Corporation Council approval, Corporation Council approval?
Well, it
But,
does say
but
that.
not the contract itself, because you'll be voting on the contract. I don't
Let's
want,
table this.
Yeah, let's table it.
well, no, we can approve the Midwest, but not the contract. I think I explained that to her, because once it's done, I have no power
locked
to
in.
review it anymore, because the contract will be approved. But the
Okay, so
Midwest going
then
forward,
to change this motion, it would have to be made that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve
So is-
Mid-America Shows Delaware LLC for amusement ride
Yeah.
in addition, and then that's it.
Council Chair.
yeah.
And then subject to
Subject to
final
absolute-
Pending
contract
review of Corporation
approval.
Council.
And Corporation Council approval.
That's fine.
Council Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I mean, how are we going to approve something if we don't have a contract?
So-
I suggest that we wait until the contract is finalized. He bring it in, then we know what we have.
The only thing I'm guessing, and I don't know if I can speak on behalf of Kim, I presume this has to be booked with this particular company
Correct.
ahead of time, and then they send you the contract.
Correct. They are actually putting their 24 schedule together, and I don't want to lose the company. I think what Roger is saying, you could approve the proposal subject to the contract review by the attorney. But that, in with that, I have to actually start securing my entertainment. Also, I had an issue with alcohol last year that I want to start dealing with to make sure that that doesn't reoccur this coming season. So it's going to be here before you know it, and this is the first piece of the puzzle, and I can't do anything else until I have this done.
Okay, then if all council members, are you guys comfortable with we're just picking Mid-America Shows Delaware LLC as an amusement ride company that Kim Lawrencell, the director, will work with on securing a contract approved by the Corporation Council for the city?
Yes.
Are you guys all good with that?
I have a quick question. Pending approval.
Yeah,
It
that's
says
what I said.
pending.
Subject.
Subject to.
Council Chair.
Councilman Baydun first, and Councilman Wenzel.
And again, I'm gonna go with this, you know best on this, right? But do you think the contract needs to be for 4 years, from 2024 to 2028? So I asked our Corporation Council to take a look at that, because I don't want us to get stuck with a contract if, let's just say something goes wrong with this company in 2 years, and we want to find a way to get out of this contract.
Yeah, we'd have to
Well,
put
then-
bankruptcy clauses, we'd have to put jurisdiction issues, because they're a Virginia company. We have a lot of things.
All contracts
I know,
have escape clauses.
Yeah.
And just so you know, the last contract with the ride company was for 5 years. And the big thing about this company or this contract, I was able to negotiate 2% higher in our revenue that we take in from the rides. So we actually have a really good contract here, subject to Rogers changes.
I also have,
yeah.
this is still contingent upon my granddaughter's final approval, because she approved it last year, but I'm
Yes,
not
of
sure.
course.
I'm gonna talk to her first, so this is gonna be a condition in the motion too.
Okay.
Councilman Wenzel?
Thank you, Council Chair. You know, this contract says that the city gets 27% of the ride revenue, the ride tickets. Are there any companies that provide us with a portion or percentage of the concessions that they sell?
This is also part of the concessions as well. The big issue that the ride companies are having now is they don't have enough employees. They're not having as many food vendors in the ride itself. So generally, in the past, what we've gotten is we've gotten a lump sum. That is in here as well for the concessionaires, and that's generally about $500. But they don't make as much as what people think they do.
And you even, I'm so sorry to interrupt, Council Chair. You usually bring on like different vendors, local vendors, I believe, that
I
sell
do,
food.
and that's in the contract as well, and then that way we're able to augment what they have and also offer something at a little less expensive price.
I want you to know, I think there was the roasted almond guy that you brought in, I think it was 2 years ago. He wasn't there last year.
No, he couldn't make it last year, but I searched out for a long time to find a roasted almond guy. I love the smell, so.
Love the bacon. You look like one, yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and take this to.
Council Chair, did we decide on how we're gonna structure the motion?
Yeah, I've stated it 3 times, but I'll state it
No, I
again.
mean, because,
No, I
it
understand.
already says here pending review of
I
Corporation
understand.
Council, but we need the contract back to us so we can have a final
Okay,
approval.
so then I'll state it again. That the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the current selection as we speak today of Mid-America Shows Delaware LLC for the amusement rides from 2024 through 2028, subject to City Council and Corporation Council final approval and obviously contract presentation. Madam Clerk, any adjustments on that? Corporation Council, any adjustments on that?
It's Corporation Council, but I have to run it, it's Corporation Council. But I just have to run it, once I do, I run it by the administration.
Well, I think what the councilman's saying is obviously
We-
still
we
gotta
need to
go
see
back to the City Council for final approval.
How's
Should
the
you say
process
and
been
administration?
running? I usually read the
Look, guys, I think on this one, it's rides. I'm okay with Corporation Council taking the full autonomy on this one. I mean,
Thank you.
that's just me.
Just him, me, I need to see the contract back in.
Okay,
And you know, if that's what the councilman wants, I gotta support him.
okay, so you're flip-flopping. Anyways, so I think to send it to the City Council, but remember, while the City Council has it in their hands, you're also reviewing it anyways. Yes, thank you very much. All in favor, please state aye.
So, before you do
Aye.
it, Council Chair. So no city council.
Yes, with the City Council.
So it's gonna come back to you.
Yes.
Absolutely, the
Okay.
councilman wants
Okay.
that, that's what we're gonna do for
So
him.
subject to city council
I just-
and
I'm
corporation
just gonna
council.
follow the
approval.
charter. It says that we have, I guess, the final approval on the contracts. So I don't wanna change that, but I think I will send it out to the city council.
Okay, so if you see the charters, if you see it any differently, once you look into it, you can bring it back to the next council meeting, we'll just make that little tweak. Okay? All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
You have to do that. Madam Clerk?
Nancy Pryor,
Yes.
Robert Constant,
Yes.
Dave Abdallah,
Yes.
Zuhair Abdahak,
No.
Mo Bedun,
Yes.
Tom Wenzel,
Yes.
and Hassan Ahmad.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Okay, motion carries. Next item on our agenda is Parks and Recreation Director Lonsell, grant acceptance and funds allocation.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the acceptance of the National Fitness Campaign grant in the amount of $105,000 and authorize a local match of $225,000 for the construction of outdoor fitness courts at Richard A. Young Center and Canfield Center. In addition, allocate the necessary funds for the Phase 1 match to GL account number 101-692-981-000 in the amount of $105,000 in fiscal year 2024, and the Phase 2 match to GL account 101-691-981-000 in fiscal year 2025. Further adopt the resolution for the outdoor fitness court as part of the 2023-2024 National Fitness Campaign, and authorize the mayor and comptroller or clerk to sign the necessary warrants and the treasurer to issue payments for Phase 1 from GL account 101-692-981-000 in the amount of $105,000 as outlined in 9-G.
Support. Okay, motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Baydoun. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair, I'm really excited about this. Thank you, Director, for working on this grant. I mean, I guess the city needs it, especially both centers.
It's going to be really exceptional. The one thing that I want to point out to everybody, it came really highly marked that people wanted this in our survey for our master plan. So it's exciting to get this, but I really have to give kudos to Mr. Ali Deeb and Mariana Hernandez for all the hard work that they did on the grant. They were a big help to it, so.
Council Chair?
Councilwoman?
I have one question. Does this include tennis court improvement or tennis court in any way?
No, it doesn't. It's just fitness courts, one at the Canfield or Central Park area, and then the one at Swapka Park. But I'm still hopeful with the tennis courts. I'm checking out some other possibilities of funding, so.
Okay, thank you.
Just a quick question, just a quick answer. It just triggered my mind now. I've had some concerns because it seems like the Canfield Center is not really utilized. We got two large gyms that are used, of course, in voting. What else is it utilized for? Because somebody told me it was not used for much.
Well, basically, right now, the whole room needs to be redone, the large gymnasium. It's not even a gymnasium, multi-purpose room. And basically, because of the amount of voting that goes on and having to move equipment back and forth, it's basically going to be a rental facility and a voting precinct with the added times that they need for the early voting. And then originally was really kind of getting excited and wanted to put in some type of fitness center for the residents, but unfortunately, you know, my hands are tied. There's nothing really more that I can do with the center other than putting in programs. I'm going to try and get some exercise classes in there. I'm going to try and get, you know, rentals on the weekend. We do already have yoga, but that you know, ideals like that. Unfortunately, I can't have a continual program or a fitness center because of, you know, my hands being tied with the voting.
Okay, I'd look into other options because I'm just concerned to have that big of a facility with gas, electric, water, et cetera, and it's only being used for 2-3 times a year for voting. I think
it's like I said, it'll be rentals on the weekends as well.
I know, but let's start looking into. I'm not blaming you. I'm just.
My hands are tied. I mean, we had enough trouble with the gymnastics and being able to get people there to help move, and we couldn't. We just had the employees, and then on Wednesday. So putting anything in there that's going to stay permanently, we can't have.
Why do we need to utilize it to only keep something there permanently? I know you're.
I'm just saying that ties my hands.
I know you're upset about the whole gymnastic thing. I'll tell you what we can do with that place. You ready? I'm gonna give you the $1 million idea for you. You're gonna turn it into a gym. You're gonna make wooden floors. And look what you're gonna do. You're gonna then offer it to the Crestwood students, and we're gonna offer things, and we're gonna actually, now we're gonna be using it as a resource, because as a city, we should be offering things more than just gymnastics to our residents. And so I'm gonna be honest with you, Director Lawrence, I'm actually really offended that you kind of keep taking the shot back and forth, saying that it's used for elections and nothing else.
Mo.
It is. It really is. Because
it's not a shot.
You've been salty with me on it for a very long time. So I'm gonna ask you to refrain from being that way towards me, or even bringing that subject back up anymore. Because it's only used once out of the year, maybe twice out of the year when it comes to elections. And then it's used for gymnastics the entire time after that. So, look, the gymnastics people have left. If they couldn't accommodate for us for two days out of the year.
All I'm doing now is using them as an example. I cannot have a program like that in the gymnasium or the multipurpose room. And as far as being able to have, putting in a wood floor and having, you know, I mean, you have to look for some revenue sources, and you don't get it from, you know, high school.
I've got another quick option, and we'll put this to sleep.
Okay.
but another option, you got two sections there. You can very easily have both voting areas and maybe 1/3 of that total gym or 1/2 of that total gym. And the other half, let's figure do some sort of a study session on it. Let's maybe sit down with your recreation board.
Well,
Take
there are a lot of
residents' ideas,
updates.
something, because it's way underutilized.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of updates that need to be done to the room now. We need a new divider, which is going to be very expensive. We need to do something with the walls. We need to change the lighting out, because the lighting, you turn the lighting off, and then you turn it back on, and it takes 30 minutes for it to come back on, because it's the old-style lighting. And then we need to fix the floor. So there are a lot of things that need to be
Can you get with the
done.
Recreation Commission, come up with some ideas, and then we'll take a look at the funding and we'll go from there. But it's way underutilized, that's all. Okay.
I
let's
agree
go.
with you.
Let's go ahead.
Council
Let's go ahead
Chair,
and
Deep
so
can
vote.
help with another grant for the.
What was that?
for the-
Council Chair.
Well, we actually just wrote a grant for $2.5 million for community center grant, for both the Richard A. Young Center and for the Canfield Center. And we have not heard yet because they extended the deadline for the grant, but we got all the paperwork in for that.
There it is.
So,
Thank you,
you know,
Council Chair.
the issue that people don't realize though too is when you have things that you need tables and chairs for in that room, the only place to put the tables and chairs are around the outer edge. So you can't have both rentals and,
Build a small storage unit in the back. It's, I mean, guys, it's not,
yeah.
real small
I'm
little
just
storage
saying
unit.
you can't have, because I've lived this nightmare for years. You can't have both unless you have additional
Let's switch to how
building.
we can,
So-
we'll find a way.
I just
Chair,
want to
real
hit you,
quick.
I'm so sorry.
Hey,
I
I'm
just-
all for it.
I'm just gonna hit you guys with one quick statistic. Wise Gym, right across the street from the Canfield Center. Wise Gym, guys. You ready? Wise, and it's a high school. You made $400,000 in gym rental last year. $400,000 in gym
Chair.
rental.
Our
And guys,
facility-
it is nothing other than gymnasium floors.
Well, our facility
Council
also
Chair.
is not a regulation-sized gymnasium.
Council Chair, I was in there recently.
last thing.
Doesn't
and
have a
the,
wood floor either.
The multipurpose room is too small area-wise for a gymnasium, and the ceiling is way too low.
People mistake it by calling it a gymnasium,
It's not.
and I
It's-
know
it's
I've
just
done
a
that a
big
couple
room.
times.
The ceiling's
It's
not much
not.
higher than this
Okay.
ceiling
Well,
here.
renovate it. Okay.
You have to build, oh.
Let's do cha-cha dancing in there, whatever. Let's figure out a plan B.
How about ballroom dancing?
Ballroom dancing, let's do it. All right, let's go ahead and take this to a vote. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is Treasurer Lisa Hicks Clayton, Michigan Homeowners Assistance Fund Agreement.
Council Chair.
Councilman Bedun.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the city's participation in the Michigan Homeowners Assistance Fund, MHAF, and authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the Michigan Homeowners Assistance Fund, Michigan State Housing Development Authority provide participation agreement on behalf of the city as outlined in 9H.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Bedun, seconded by Councilman Abdul Haq. Any discussion?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
Thank you, Treasurer, for bringing this on. I know we already use it for the water, but this is amazing. I mean, I've been reading through the package, and it covers up to $25,000 in backed up taxes. If somebody is backed up in their taxes, it will help them for the past 3 years, basically to avoid foreclosure, retain home ownership, and up to $25,000. This is amazing. I mean, thank you for bringing this in, and I'm all for it. I'm sorry? I mean, basically, if they're not they're making their payments, they are in hardship, so.
All right, any comments or questions on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is Treasurer Hicks Clayton, River Oaks Special Assessment.
Council Chair,
Yes, Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council receive, know, and file the River Oaks Special Assessment, which will be levied on the 2023 winter taxes as outlined in 9-I.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Bedun. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
All in favor? I'm sorry. Ayes have it, thank you. Someone made a motion, they threw me off. Next item on the agenda is item 9J, Treasurer Hicks Clayton, purchase and payment for printer and scanner units.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the purchase and payment of 2 BizHub printer scanners using American Express point equivalent to $1,440 purchase price as outlined in 9-J.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Bedun. Any discussion?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
I did reach out to the IT director, Mr. Cooper, and he did recommend those two to the treasurer, and he has full approval for this.
Thank you.
Okay, great. All in favor? Any other discussions? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carried.
Thank
Next-
you.
Thank you, Treasurer. Next item on our agenda is item 9K, and this is one that was walked down and approved to be added to the agenda by Councilman Abdul Haq. I'm gonna go ahead and read it just because this was not on the agenda previously, so I gotta make sure that those in the audience are familiar with what we're referencing. From Councilman Abdul Haq, for the practice of transparency and accountability in our city, I move to approve the following resolution. Motion to affirm the city charter provisions regarding the use of competitive bids to buy all goods and products that exceed $1,500 and to extend the competitive bids to all services provided by consultants, vendors, and any other services to the city. In addition, direct the mayor to get the council's approval for all contracts involving employment, contractors, vendors, consultants, engineering, planning, construction, and legal services before making any payments from the city treasurer. That's the motion, and let's see who's gonna go ahead and, that's the motion, that's specifically the motion.
I
So,
second it.
so motion made by Councilman Abdul Haq, seconded by,
Second.
Councilman Bedun. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair,
Councilman, go ahead.
I have a question to our legal corporation counsel. Mr. Roger, you consider AMD as service contract?
AMD.
Do you consider the contract for AMD, is it service contract?
I apologize on that. I'll give you a little summary. I know we had this scheduled, and no disrespect if I can answer it this way. We had a study session scheduled for the 9th, Thursday at 5. I had the expungement fair for Saturday, and Friday was a holiday. So I arranged, set up the Richard Young Center, and I rushed over here. I didn't know it was canceled. But I did research with the, with a gentleman that, George Elworth, he's the head of in charge of the Office of State Operations Division for the Attorney General's office. I then checked, and I got emails from them about the motion. I checked with Chris Kingsley, Department of State, the Office of the Great Seal, and then we checked with Adam Fracassi, election law attorney.
Without going through all this and not to be disrespectful.
No, I'm gonna get to it.
I ask question,
Yeah.
is AMD contract, is it service contract with the city, consultant
Just
contract?
explain to me what you mean by, I apologize, AMD, I'm not following.
Okay, he's
American,
I guess there's no conflict, I'm not.
there is no contract?
I've said.
I don't know.
Oh, you mean.
I've been saying,
You mean
there's no
Mr.
contract
Dibb.
for AMD.
You mean.
You know, Mayor, the only one who's not telling the truth in this subject is you.
Okay.
I'm
You
not
are the
accusing
only one.
anybody.
You know what?
Point of order, point of order,
You
point of
are
order.
the only one.
Wait,
That's why they get
Councilman,
elected.
not like that, not like that.
Okay, I'm just gonna.
Let's go back to.
I'm
Now, you're
asking-
talking about
I'm
Mr.
asking,
Dibb.
sir, yes, Mr.
Okay.
Mr. Ali Deeb's contract.
I have not seen a signed contract.
Okay.
I saw a one-page term, but it was not signed or discussed.
All right.
I don't think anything's
We make,
changed.
let's say there is no contract. We make him payment close to $45,000 without contract. Tell me what section of the charter allow you, or allow, I'm sorry, not you, this administration to make this payment without contract, without anything. We just didn't, we went through hoops
Well-
with Director Lawrencel over $1,400.
I think the checks and balances kick in. I know because Waitrim was operating a while without a contract. I haven't found their contracts. I spent a lot of time going through records. I can't find some of the contracts that we've had. So
No.
I'm saying that if AMD, I saw that how an employee transferred as a separate, from the employee to separate contractor. I didn't see any change in salary I didn't see any change in terms or anything different than what's happening
I
before.
agree
And
with you
have
100%. I'm
No, no,
going
no
to go with
disrespect.
you and agree with you
And
100%.
you have final approval.
But
of
what
paying
I'm
it or
saying,
not.
somebody submitted to this council to approve 14,000, 17,000, 14,000 without contract, based on what? What the service this person or this company gave us for Mariana, the chief of staff, to approve expenditure of that amount.
Well, I think you're trying to, we have a council manager system now, right? We don't have that. And it sounds like that's what you were changing to. Now, if you want to change from that, we have a mayor council system now, okay? Now, if we're going to go towards every contract looking towards the city council to approve, we're going to be bogged down. And I can list the research. I can quote the Home Rule City Act. But I'm trying to answer.
Yeah, let him finish.
You know, we took the time to meet with the Attorney General's office because I didn't have an answer. And I talked to the gentleman that was working with Gary Miyake back in 2007. And when I bring up the Great Seal, the Office of the Great Seal, our procurement ordinance, we haven't verified that it's been recorded and kept at the Office of the Great Seal. And it doesn't take effect unless it's done that. I've written to them last week when I found out about it. I'm waiting for the response back. I've taken the time to look at what amendment to a charter is, what a revision to a charter is, and how changing an ordinance can't affect or change more than the power given to it by a charter. I took the time to get all the emails and put it together. Unfortunately, we didn't meet Thursday. And then I was told that we also wanted to consider Plant Moran. I have the research, and I have the parties I've spoke to, and I have their names and emails to show that I did my due diligence. Unfortunately, we had fortunately, we had the expungement fair on Saturday. But I do have the research for you to look at. And whether it's Mr. Dibbs, we can look at Mr. Dibbs' contract. But I think the Attorney General's office, I have the influence from both the Department of State Office of the Great Seal, the attorney that's in charge of that. I had the Michigan Municipal Lawyers Association Corporation Council give me an opinion on what the effect would have, and they're all saying you can't change a charter or language in the charter which would change the lawyers' ability to contract. It would change go beyond the three scopes that are defined by section 9.1 and 9.2 that was amended in 2007 by referendum. They say there's a way to do it, but not by a motion. But, you know, you guys are going to do it, and I respect you doing what you do. I wanted a chance to give it to you and show you research. We were tied up, so I couldn't do more on Friday. It was a holiday and Saturday. But I do have the research. I have the acts. And the Home Rules Act is very clear. You know, what you can do or can and can't do to change a charter. And by changing an ordinance, you can't change a charter. You can only get the power the ordinance has. But we still need to check with the Office of Great Seal, and I've written them twice, and waiting to get if our procurement ordinance that we changed in 2007, if that has been properly recorded. And that's what your motion's gonna affect. And if it hasn't been properly recorded, we have to first record it and make sure it's with the Office of the Great Seal before you go and change it, you know.
Are you done?
Talking a lot.
Thank you.
Come on, I'm a lawyer, we talk, right? But I did my due diligence.
I met with you a couple times.
Yes, you did, yes, you did.
You know, and I tried in good faith to reach something amicable to the residents of the city, to the mayor and to the council. But from what I have seen, you know, everything did not work out. BLN company was brought here for services to teach us how to spend the ARPA money, and up to $1.305 million. It's a service contract. It's exactly the same thing as the AMD contract. Consultant and services. There is no difference. It was brought to the council, even it wasn't the lowest bidder, it was actually the highest bidder. It came to the council for approval. Ali Deeb, if you don't like what I'm saying, you can leave, sir.
No, okay, wait.
Oh, no, too
Councilman,
rude.
Councilman,
Council Chair.
Wait, Councilman, let's not,
Point of
let's
order.
not name specific people right now. Let's talk just generically.
I wanted
I
a
never
chance.
made it, him and I. I'm going through something legal. We have so many references, so many contracts which came in front of us for approval. Why this one, out of courtesy, just out of courtesy, in respect for this body, at least show us why we're paying this money. I'm not asking
Council
for
Chair.
anything
Okay,
outrageous.
when you're ready.
Mayor, go ahead.
Okay, BLN is in a different situation because you're dealing with government money. So you need somebody like BLN, every penny, like we mentioned, for 2 years, every penny that you use from ARPA, it has to be accounted for. So that's why we brought BLN, because they're subject matter expert in ARPA and also government money. So when you guys got the, all the hours were submitted. So again, like I keep saying for the last several meetings, every hour that was spent by the engineer, and I did mention, and I keep mentioning the same thing, we don't have a contract, okay, because we are planning on doing a reorg for the engineering department. We need to bring an engineering department to the city so we can save money. We're not going to an outside source and paying 5 times that amount for a contractor. And the ones that have been here for a while on council, I know 3 of you, you guys have seen the amount of money we paid that source. So we are going to bring in an engineering firm. We talked about that today. We got tons of programs, tons of projects, we have millions of dollars coming into the city. We need to track it. We can't let anything go with the contracts that comes in or any kind of work. Everything has to be accounted for. Every money that you spend, federal money, you have to account for it to the penny.
Okay.
So with that, we are assessing a reorg to bring in an engineering department so they can track some of the projects that we're working on. So there's a lot of water sewer. I mean, I don't know if you guys know the status of our water sewer. We're like back in the Flintstone days on some of these freaking, we've had, I was in a CWW meeting and a DCC meeting. We're talking 43 communities. And I mentioned how many water main breaks we are having. Even everybody combined for the whole year did not amount the month that we have water sewer breaks, guys. And we're paying millions of dollars in this water sewer, and our city engineer is trying to work it, and somebody keeps attacking him. And I tell you what, I am blessed to have somebody like our engineer that is found out so many things. Did you guys know that all the prints for the city, the water sewer was trash, was in a dumpster, and somebody just picked it up and they're charging us for it right now? Did you guys know that?
I did know, yes.
Okay, well, you know what, then who discovered that? Mr. Deeb is the one that discovered it.
I knew this before you came along.
Well, it was never brought, but yet you keep attacking the engineer that brought it.
Okay. So I want to make a statement here. So let's start with this. First of all, in my opinion, just to be totally clear, couple of comments. First of all, Mr. Deeb, I think, in my opinion, should be in the Hall of Fame of city employees. I think he's a great resource to our city.
This isn't about Mr. Deeb.
No, I get it, but I want to make I'm going somewhere with this. I've had many conversations with him. He brings a lot of positive outcomes for our city. So let's put that on the table. Number 2 is in terms of you mentioning the engineering department, I strongly agree with that. I've had conversations with Mr. Deeb, and he mentioned some things to me that would blow your mind how behind we are as a city in terms of collections on, do you mind if I mention some of them? Okay, collections on city cell towers. We collect nothing. On the number of buildings we got, how much rent we're bringing in. I mean, just in terms of an accounting, we are all over the map. All these cell towers you see all over the place, our city's not bringing in stuff, no money for that, okay? So we need someone like Ali Deeb or an engineering department to make this thing go forward. So let's put that on the table. Now, in terms of not just specifically Mr. Deeb, but I talked with you, Mr. Deeb, and I said, I think one way it would make everybody happy with this thing, and I get where you were talking about, Mayor, you're saying you're going in the direction of putting in an engineering department. Great idea, honestly. But what if we were to do for Mr. Deeb specifically, a 60-day contract, or 60-day memorandum of understanding?
Council Chair.
Yes.
Okay, and as I mentioned, okay, with all this stuff, there's a lot of moving parts right now. We are working on it. Actually, today, he submitted an org chart. And I did mention it a couple times that we are working on an org chart, you know, obviously it has to go in front of council for approval. Okay, because we have to bring in an additional person for engineering to help them out. So we do have a lot of work. We can either pay millions of dollars to an outside source if that's what you guys want, or we can have our own, which we did have a company that we paid millions of dollars, and now we have to pay $14 million in a freaking fire station that it was built wrong. And who was watching for it? We didn't have a city engineer. We had the same company that we're not going to use right now. And we got an engineer that discovered that the fire station was built wrong. $14 million that we just wasted. And he's discovered a lot of things, and that's why we need an engineering service.
But nobody's questioning.
Yeah, but
his
we keep
services or
asking
his
about the
quality.
same thing. You know, we are working on the org chart. Okay, we can move. We have the least amount of employees in the city that we do so much work. Okay, we do a lot of work in the city. Everybody's working to the max here. So we just need time to come up, excuse me. We need time to come up with the org chart. I'm hoping it'll be on the agenda, probably with the next 2 to 3 meetings. I just need to finalize the org chart and try to establish what the engineering department is gonna look like.
Okay.
Councilman Baydun, let me have Councilman Baydun and we'll go.
Guys, I
back.
think everybody just needs to calm down for a second. There's nothing wrong with this resolution other than the fact it's saying check and balance. That's the whole problem. This is what we're all here for. And all we're simply saying is, if you're gonna hire in 2 new directors, let the council be aware of it. And I don't think anybody's gonna vote no on this and anything that you wanna do. If you wanna hire this, Ali Deeb's contract, there's nothing wrong with showing council, guys. And this isn't about org charts, this isn't talking about flood mitigating, this isn't talking about who's a good engineer or not. Hang on, point of order, guys,
Let me be clear.
I'm giving you hypotheticals. Roger, I'm not saying nothing wrong. This is really happening, this is real day and age.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah,
I'm just asking.
So let's not talk over each other. Let him
Yeah,
finish.
yeah, guys, I'm not saying nothing wrong. Did we hire 2 new directors without any of the council knowing? Absolutely. Did we hire Mr. Deeb with a new contract without council knowing? Absolutely. These are things that are really happening. All this resolution is saying, inform the council.
No, it's not.
And there's
It's
nothing
not.
wrong with anything that's
Okay, let him
happening here.
finish, let him finish.
There's nothing wrong with Ali Deeb working for the city of Dearborn Heights as a contractor.
names though.
I'm just giving you an example. Ali Deeb's name was said 10 times. Listen, you want to put Ali Deeb in the Hall of Fame? If you guys get rid of Ali Deeb, I will personally, if I will hire Ali Deeb tomorrow with me and I will become rich. Ali Deeb is a huge asset to the city of Dearborn Heights. Everybody knows that. Roger, very simple. All this resolution here that Mr. Abdul Haq is bringing forward, it's saying, tell the council.
Look at the motion. It doesn't have the specific terms. It's changing the charter. Wait, I didn't interrupt. I did interrupt.
Let him finish.
You're changing the charter. We have a mayor-council form of government. You're changing the government to a council-manager system, sort of like what Hamtramck and other cities has. That's not what we have. How did I find that out? I spoke to the people that helped design it and looked at what you're doing with this motion. It doesn't even say a specific part of the charter, but it is changing the charter. So if you're going to change an ordinance to change the charter, you're going around what legally we can do. And I'm saying, I agree with you. You want openness, and you want transparency, and what Councilman Hack has said. I'm just saying that the way we're doing it and going about it with this motion, which doesn't even say a specific ordinance part that it's changing.
Can you read me what you have from the Attorney General's office right now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Read it out loud so that everybody can hear it.
Okay. You want me to read what I summarized, everything here?
No, I want to hear verbatim.
Okay, all right. Okay, so it appears that the city clerk will be able to find documentation on 9.1, but to confirm this amended sections 9.1 and 9.12 is on file with the Secretary of State, MCL 117.24 of the HRCA, Home Rule City Act. It will be necessary to reach out to the Office of the Great Seal in that department. If for some reason that amendment has not been filed with OGS, it's my experience that the city will have to make that filing after discovering that the filing has not been made. That's part of what he said. He also summarized Chris Kingsley, the Department of State of the Office of the Great Seal, which I've contacted. Adam Fracasey, our election law attorney.
Hold on, Officer
Let me
Seal,
finish.
hold on.
You asked me and I'm answering.
I know,
I'm
Officer Seal,
reading.
you said didn't respond to you.
I'm reading. Okay.
Did the Officer Seal respond?
They used the two resources for the amendments proposed for the city council, which is the MML fact sheet, Michigan Municipal Law fact sheet of May 2023, and a PDF of a presentation to municipal attorneys in 2019, pages 1 to 6. All of them go against a motion like this that's changing the charter. Now, keeping transparency, absolutely. How do we do it? There is a way to do it. This is not the way by motion, but we could do it under the city revising the charter or amending the charter. And I specifically brought the statutes and the laws, and I condensed it how to do it under the statutes, on the MCL statute.
Okay.
I'd like to hear what those are.
I'm just saying, yes, MCL 117.23, MCL 117.21, Section 2, MCL 117.211, 117.25, the Home Rule City Act of 279 of 1909, Section 117.18 talks about incorporation, revision of the charter, procedure, commission, advisory vote, incorporation provisions in the original charter granted by our legislature. Under the revision, it's a 3/5 of a vote, and I've detailed it. And that's what I was hoping to present on Thursday night. I've also have the charter, the copies of the charter that need to be revised, as well as the formats to use and how to do it, and the procedure with the Attorney General's office that we have to file and do. A motion like this is not correct. We can do it by amendment or revision of the charter. We can do it. And if we want to change under the ordinance the amounts that we have, we can do that. But I haven't gotten back the answer from, I have written twice, and they finally contacted me, but they haven't gotten me the documentation to see if we even recorded our procurement properly before we even go forward with a motion like this. And that's from the office of, I didn't know it existed till I talked with them, the lawyers. The
Thank
Office
you.
of the Great Seal.
Okay, Councilman.
Councilor,
Yes, sir.
we have a strong mayor, weak council, right?
No, we do not have a
System.
weak council.
What system we have?
We have the system of the mayor-council system,
Okay.
not the council, management.
Does this, any place in the charter gives the mayor the right to commit the city to a contract without approval of city council? We control the money.
You could,
We
but you have the
cannot spend
final.
the money without us.
please.
Give me one section in this charter where he can sign a contract with somebody and bring, I don't want to say there is a contract. Let's say there is no contract. He bring invoice to the city council and have his chief of staff sign it to be paid without any legal document shows that why we spending this money.
I'm going to read from from Assistant Attorney General George Elworth. In November 2007, City Attorney Miyake called to say that 2 of the 3 amendments passed. One of the amendments was the 9.2 procurement. And no way did that amendment in 2007, quoted by the lawyer that was viewing it and meeting with Mr. Miyake, Attorney Miyake, no way does it say that it includes service contracts. It was not amended to include service contracts.
What
It was
does it
amended
say?
to give an ordinance. That's, I'm just reading it. Okay.
Why don't you-
I'll read it. Okay, I'll read it here.
Okay.
It says,
Time out
sections
for a quick second.
9.1.
Time out for a quick second. Okay, see, now we're going into a full-blown study session.
Right.
What I would suggest, and this is what I suggested in the past, we had already set it up for the date that you aforementioned, which is Thursday. The chief of staff is the one that wanted it kicked back until December.
Ninth.
We're arguing whatever the date is
I
gonna be.
didn't know about that.
So how about we go ahead and do a study session
Yes.
ASAP on this thing, because this is longer than a 2, 3, 4-minute conversation. And from there, if it's still needed to meet with the other quote-unquote experts that she's bringing in, we'll do an additional session if we have to. But I do understand in concept where the councilman's coming from, because we understand the powers of any mayor, that is, and what they can do, and we just want to make sure as a council body that there's checks and balances where any mayor cannot just hire somebody if they felt like it. And this has nothing to do with Ali, this is just generically.
Council Chair, let's take it to a vote. The mayor has the power to veto, and if we vote 5-2 or 7-0, he can go to circuit court to override our decision.
Attorney General.
He has that option,
Okay.
okay?
So any other discussions on this?
Council Chair,
Councilman?
Mr. Deeb, Mr. Deeb. Stuck in my head. I'm telling you, I'm ready to hire him. Mr. Abdul Haq, nobody wants to support this more than me right now, because I'm all about transparency and I'm all about checks and balance, because that's what I'm here for. I'm not here to be, I know my lane. My lane is to be the checks and balance based off this administration. But if Dave Abdullah, the Honorable Dave, President Abdullah, is saying, let's do a study session ASAP, and if you could tell me that we can get it on the books for this Tuesday,
That's fine with me.
I'm fine with me. But if you're gonna think the game that's gonna be played, hang on, the game.
No.
If you guys think the game is gonna push us out to the end of the year and then Councilman Abdul Haq is gone, Abdul Haq ain't going nowhere. All right, he may not be on council, but I promise you, he's gonna be right there, and he's gonna be talking about 305 Rosemary. And he's gonna continue to voice his opinion,
You got that
whatever it
right.
is,
I'll be here every council.
okay? But I want you to know, don't try to kick the can down the road on this one. I'm willing to go ahead and table this if Mr. Abdul Haq's okay with tabling this, if you can get us a meeting this Tuesday.
I think there's some this Tuesday. George, I know I talked to you about it earlier today.
Monday. I think it was because we were just discussing it, because Plant Moran couldn't be there. So
Right.
if you want to do it without them.
That's what I'm saying.
no problem.
Don't worry about it. Top
So
line
what I'm
line.
suggesting, let's do one. If we solve the situation, we're all in agreement, great. If we're not in agreement, then we'll set up a second one. It's actually the second one with Plant Moran is scheduled and still on the table. It's not been taken off. So if we have to, Mariana will contact Plant Moran and have him for a second meeting on this.
Why we need the
And
plan?
Council Chair, it was.
I'm saying, again, Councilman.
Why we need to pay
Okay,
for somebody?
but Councilman, if we resolve it on Tuesday and we're all in agreement,
Council Chair?
we're good to go.
The
I'm gonna
whole
be honest with you.
idea
I-
is like Council Baidoon said, they are trying to push the can down to after the 19th of December. So I'm not on the council and maybe nobody will bring it back up. But I can assure you and assure the residents, I'll be sitting out there every city council and I'll keep bringing this
Mr. Hack.
until it is resolved.
Council Chair, I showed up Thursday after
I didn't even
setting
know.
up.
I did
know
too,
it was
to be
canceled.
honest.
Roger, thank
I did
you.
too.
I didn't know. it was-
Nobody was here.
so
And I never wanted to make this personal
No,
between
it's
me
not.
and other people. I always tried to make it
I was here too.
professional as much as I can. But when I give in four different stories from the four different people, that does not work with me.
Okay.
Guys, let's table this.
So till next
So
meeting.
the motion, well, wait a minute. The motion was originally made by Councilman Abdul Haq, so you'd have to amend your motion.
I'll amend my motion to take it to a study session as soon as possible before December.
And keep it in the following meeting, Council, if you don't mind.
Keep it what?
Keep it to the following meeting too. Like have a study
Again,
session.
I-
So
we-
11/21.
We'll let you know,
That
we'll let you
what?
know, I'm sorry?
November 21st is next.
Next
Yeah.
Tuesday.
I know, when is the following meeting for us?
28th.
28th.
28th. So let's table it to the 28th, and we're having a study session on
So I
28th.
think what the
21st.
councilman's saying, we have a study
Table.
session first, and then bring it to a vote at the next council meeting.
Right.
Okay. And do we have anything this Tuesday?
No.
It's open? Okay, so we'll do a study session then.
Can we have a
Okay, so motion made by Councilman Abdul Haq and seconded by Councilman Baidoon with the amendment to bring it to a study session at the next potential, study session date, which we think is the 21st.
Correct.
And then take it to a vote at the next council meeting, which is on,
28th.
28th. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried.
What time?
We're gonna be setting the
Okay,
time probably
all right.
5:30.
6:30. 6 o'clock, I mean, 6 o'clock.
Sorry?
5:30.
Well, yeah, 5:30.
Don't work.
It's okay, we'll talk about time tomorrow. All right. Next item on the agenda is item 11B, Corporation Council for Renha, first reading of the proposed ordinance H23-04.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council move the proposed ordinance H23-04, an ordinance of the City of Dearborn Heights, providing that the Code of Ordinances, City of Dearborn Heights be amended by adding section 28.5 concerning unattended and/or unused utility poles be considered read for the first time as outlined in 11B.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Baydoun. All in favor, please state aye.
Council Chair.
I'm sorry. Any discussions on it?
Council Chair, I just want you to know, Roger, thank you for this. I know this is something Councilman Muscat wanted
Yes.
for a very long
Ray
time.
Muscat.
I don't know if Angela's here watching us, but, we're ready to get those things off of Hass. There's actually 3 stacked right on Hass. Every night I drive home, I look at Angie's house, who's on Dwight, and think to myself, she's gonna bring it up at the council meeting. I'm glad that we're doing this. I will tell you one last thing. I have a friend of mine that lives on Cherry Hill. He reached out to Rabbi Hamoud, I don't know what his position is with the city of Dearborn, and he called about somebody dropping this utility pole in front of their house. In 2 days, it was removed. We've had these utility poles.
Copy, man, yeah.
No, he works, yeah. In 2 days, it was removed. So whatever they're doing in Dearborn, let's take that idea. Maybe they got a resolution. This was great. This is a great start.
They're Democrats.
And, and let's go ahead and get that going. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Council Chair?
Go ahead,
So this is the first read. When are we going to have the second read and move on? Is it,
You can do it now.
You want to make
Do
it first and second read?
yeah? I'm fine.
I'm fine with making this a first.
So
and
you'd
second
have
reading.
to, you'd have to amend your motion to be considered read
For the first time and the
First and
second
second.
time.
Yeah.
And
You made the
effective
motion?
upon publication.
No, our honorable
Okay, so
council.
Councilman, Constance changing it to be read for the first and second time. And it was seconded by,
Me,
okay, and you, second the amendment?
absolutely.
Okay. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carried.
The Ray Muscat ordinance.
Yes.
All right.
Raise honor.
Tom Wenzel had suggested we make it into firewood for the winter, but I don't know if we're gonna be able to get it through. Next item on our agenda is item 13A, business license renewals.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council renew the business license for Livernois Motorsports and Engineering LLC at 2500 South Gully and Bellagio Banquet LLC at 23900 West Warren as outlined in 13A.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Constance, seconded by Councilman Abdul Haq. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried.
Thank God.
Next item on our agenda is item 13B, temporary food truck, tent, cart, business license applications.
Council Chair?
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the temporary food truck, tent, cart business license application for Burgeretti Chicken Cheese LLC and Eat and Out Pizza and Gelato as outlined in 13-A.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Lamont, seconded by Councilman Breyer. Any discussion?
Council Chair, I just
Councilman?
want to make sure that the lady that spoke earlier today about the
Yeah.
truck, moving it,
That's what I was
we
gonna bring
can
up.
direct maybe.
So that would be Burgerati, and if you look at the pictures that she's mentioning, I can see honestly her concern. So I'm gonna put Rick on the line. Rick, are you on Zoom? Okay, if you can unmute. The question is based on where that truck is at. First of all, most ideally, something like this would be handled, just between two neighbors, have a conversation. And I don't know, if it was me, I'd say, okay, I'll move my truck, no big deal. But let's start initially, hopefully with this conversation, but if that's not gonna work, can it be moved, and I'm sure it can be, to the
Council Chair.
northern side of the building?
So we have to look at, I don't know if he's on, but we have to talk to the planning and zoning to see what was submitted.
Right.
We'll look at that tomorrow.
That's why I'm saying, can it be? And I'm sure if
Well,
somebody has a conversation with them.
Obviously, it wasn't approved with the location that it's in, so we need to go back and revisit to see what was approved through planning and zoning.
Are you talking about the truck? The
Yeah.
food truck?
Yes.
Yeah, because anytime you put a food truck on an establishment, you have to go through.
Plans were on the backup.
We did make them go back 10 more feet from the approach. But I have it in my notes, and I will stop by there tomorrow and have.
You know what, like I said, let's just do the neighborly thing. If they can move it further north to the northern part of the video lot, I think that would solve everybody's problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10 feet is not enough from the approach.
Okay?
I agree.
All right.
Council
Any
Chair?
other discussions?
Thank you.
Councilman?
I just want you to know, Eatin' Out Pizza and Gelato, I know the owners, they just opened up in Garden City. They have a place in Detroit, I believe it is, I forget where they're at exactly in Detroit, but it's like in downtown Detroit. And.
Oh, is this the one on Ford Road?
And now they're opening up on Beach Daily and Joy Road inside that gas station, I believe. The pizza's unreal. You guys should really try it out. The ice cream is great. So congratulations if this gets approved.
Okay. Any other discussions on this? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is members of the public. First of all, let's have, and council members, let's try to keep an announcement.
Council
Keep it
Chair.
As short as possible, go ahead.
I will keep it short and possible. I actually have a list here. First and foremost, I'd like to welcome home, and I hope to take this clip one day, so if the clerk can find it, please send it to me. I'd like to welcome home our newest addition to the Beydoun family, my daughter Medina Beydoun, born on October 27th, 3:41 a.m. So exciting.
Where's my cigar?
You're reading the video for my daughter.
Oh, my bad.
Thank you. Congratulations to my wife as well. Honestly, my wife is absolutely amazing, guys. I tell her every day, I don't know how she does it. Puts my son to sleep, puts my daughter to sleep, and then she's hardly ever sleeping, and then changing her diaper. You know, I'm helping her here and there, but really, Leila, you're doing a great job, and I love her for that. Secondly,
Can I motion to give her a certificate?
you know, I'm actually surprised why you haven't already.
Hey, stop these guys.
The next thing is, you know, we just most recently had an election. I know I'm not supposed to talk as a candidate, but I'm no longer a candidate. So if the clerk's okay with this, I'd like to thank all the residents that went out and voted and cast their vote. I'm blessed. I got 4 more, you guys are stuck with me for 4 more years. Thank you to the clerk. Thank you to the candidates that also ran. Thank you congratulations to Denise. Congratulations to Mr. Saab. And congratulations to the other candidates that put their name on. Guys, it's not easy putting your name out, especially when you have a primary and a general. I felt like my hair was turning more and more gray every day. But I'm glad that it's over. I said it's gray. Okay, thank you. All right. And then I just want to discuss today, my wife and I were taking my daughter to the doctor. She had some ear check that she had to do. Everything is great. There's nothing wrong with her. That we just had to redo the ear test. And as I'm driving through Royal Oak and coming into, or if I'm leaving Birmingham and coming into Royal Oak off of Southfield, right on Southfield Road, it said school zone. And I said, whoa, no, this wasn't a sign. The road said school zone.
Was it Dearborn
And my
Heights?
car gave it a ding ding, slow down, 25 miles per hour when it's, you know, there was flashing lights. I'm disappointed. And I want you guys to know, today's 1 year since Margaret King has been coming to city council meetings, because I only know this because she posted it on social media. 1 year. And let me tell you guys, we are 1 year still too late. Are we waiting for another Joey Smith? And I don't say that with, you know, with pride, but I say that with disgust. We need to move forward. We need to start being more visual with our signage. We need to be more visual with putting things. And you know what? The argument that it's not going to happen or what do signs do? No, it makes a difference. Secondly, I know that we have TIA or TSA or whatever the program is that does the study for our city. But there are some stop signs in the city that still need to be implemented. I don't care what TIA has to say. I'm telling you as a council member, I'm not okay with some of these streets letting cars go down 40 miles per hour. And because the study told me that an average car is only doing 36, so it's not good enough. No. So I don't know who I have to direct to the administration, maybe Corporation Council, or maybe the mayor can direct me to that. But there's some stop signs, both in the north and the south, that need to have stop signs. They need to stop people. It's not safe. And you know, if we have to resort to going to speed humps, let's do it. I know that our officers, you know, doing a great job every single night, but we can't have them at every single corner in Dearborn Heights. Let's just be realistic. 180 square miles in Dearborn Heights, you're not gonna get an officer at every stop sign. But what we can do is, we can put measures in there to protect our residents. And I'm gonna tell you, as a father of 2 kids now, my son playing outside, I want more stop signs. I don't care what the study tells me. I'm telling you that if we're protecting people, you stop them, they're slowing down a lot more. You don't stop them, they're gonna continue to drive. And that's just statistics, and those are facts for you guys. There's also some things that I wanna bring up here. As this year comes to an end, you know, I know we're coming up to Thanksgiving.
I remind you guys to spend time with your family. And when you're, having these couple of days off, I want everybody here to reflect. I think this body right here are all elected officials. I know some of us are going to be leaving come December, but I want you to know that this body needs to understand that there needs to be given respect to this body over here. When you're disrespecting an elected official, or you're disrespecting one of these council members, or the mayor's office, or the treasurer's office, or the clerk's office, or the treasurer's office, you're disrespecting their voters. You're disrespecting the residents. And I'm seeing it happen one too many times from employees here at City Hall. And that's not okay, and it can't be tolerated. And it needs to stop. This will be the last time that I'm going to privately keep it to myself. But if it happens again, I'm going to call on the residents to say that this individual or that individual is disrespecting your vote, your elected official. Come out and speak out. Because if it has to get to that, then it has to get that for that stuff to stop. And look, we're not perfect. Council members are not infallible. We're just, there are times where we're making mistakes. But there needs to be a line of respect, guys. There needs to be a line of respect. And I feel like we're really losing it. And it's a two-way street. We got to work together. I don't like it. And then, I know I said lastly, but this one I can't get away with it. Dave Abdullah's last few meetings with us. This man is an asset. This is one of the most respected men in all of Michigan, in my opinion. He has devoted his life outside of city council. He has been a part of so many different boards, so many different humanitarian programs, and truly my mentor. And I can't speak for Councilman Ahmad, but when we need something, we run to Dave Abdullah. And this man, and I'm not saying this to be friendly with him, he is truly an asset to Dearborn Heights that we are losing.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And no greater year to watch Dave Abdullah end his career with pride. So much pride that the Detroit Lions are 7-2. So, Dave, I love you, and from now, I told you until the end of the meeting, I'm always going to remind you of that. You're the absolute man. We are also going to be having a party for him that he's going to pay for. No. Okay. But really, guys, I just go back to the respecting. Thanksgiving is coming around. Remember when you're sitting with your family, that the council members, the administration, the employees at City Hall, we're all a family. We're all here trying to work together.
Thank you, Mr. Biden.
Thank you.
Chair.
Councilwoman?
All right. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank both the DPW and 20th District Court today for responding promptly to questions I asked them on the last day so that I would have information for tonight's meeting. Michelle, in both departments, at the court and at DPW, made sure that I got in touch with all the proper people and responded rapidly for me so that in a 2-hour time frame, I got my answers. And the other thing, I'd like to also thank DPW for the new sign that has been put up for Berwyn Center so that now when the trees are in bloom, you can see it when you're going northbound. And you don't have to go past it, work around to get back there. People working there, seniors trying to get to the other senior center. And he said he's still not happy with it. We may put one on the other side of the street as well. It's taken me 2 years to get that fixed. So I'm very happy for that.
Good job, Councilwoman.
Yeah, they better keep it going. All right, that's all.
Thank you. Any other comments from council members?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
Thank you, Council Chair. I just want to go back to the subject that Councilman Baidoun mentioned about disrespecting council members by some of the employees. I mean, like he said, it didn't happen once, it happened twice, and I think it happened 3 times, and needs to stop. We did address this with the administration, nothing was done, and I think this shows weakness and failure on part of the administration to put their employees in check once and for all. This is not going to happen again. I promise it's not going to happen again because I'm not going to let it happen again, especially to somebody dear to me. Second, I want to congratulate Councilman Pro Tem Baidoun on the new baby and on winning the election. Also, Council-elect Saab and Councilwoman-elect Denise. I'm sorry for Councilman Abdelhat for didn't go in your favor. But we have
the happiest person that I lost.
But we have the highest respect. I mean, believe me, we can't always call on
I
you for
swear
your
on
wisdom.
my
and-
children, I'm the happiest one that I lost.
Well,
You don't need more than that.
you don't lose us, and we have the utmost respect for you and for your all you bring to the table. I want to congratulate and thank actually for for the expungement fair this past Saturday. I was there, Corp Council and Police Department and all the legal team did a great job. I think we had over 200 people come by from the city and surrounding areas. Another thing is about the eating coordinator. I mean, we keep mentioning every single meeting and we still didn't hear nothing yet. It's almost the end of the year and nothing was done yet. I hope we can hear from the administration about having that lady full-time, or, the employee full-time. I would really appreciate that. I know Councilman Baidoon mentioned that earlier, but what happened with the PEM master plan? We did approve it like 2 years ago to go for bidding. I know we mentioned like early this year that, it did go out for bidding and we still will have nothing about it. A couple of days ago, I think it was Veterans Day. So I want to thank all the veterans. I salute you. Thank you for your service. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. I know it's next week. And finally, I think yesterday was World Kindness Day.
Yeah.
And I would like to say, when the power of love overcomes the love of power, the world will know peace. Thank you, Council Chair.
Thank you.
Any other council members? Councilman?
Thank you. I'd like to take a moment to honor our veterans. We just had Veterans Day, including my 97-year-old father, who's a World War II veteran and who I'm getting convinced each year will never die. He'll live longer than I will. Remind everyone that it's getting dark early, and as we drive through our neighborhoods, to be on the lookout for children, people in the roads. And wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving with their families, and let us all keep in mind that those in the Gaza and increasingly in the West Bank are being bombed, shot, brought out of their homes, slaughtered. There was a picture in the news of a member of the Israeli Defense League wearing a T-shirt with the bullseye on a pregnant woman wearing a scarf, and to keep speaking out for an immediate ceasefire. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other council members?
Yes.
Councilman?
Council Chair, I have several things I want to talk about. First, I want to wish our residents happy Thanksgiving and happy holidays. Enjoy them with your loved ones, because those are the times really they are to be cherished and those are to be remembered forever. So enjoy them and try to make the best out of them. The water bills, so many residents complained about the water bills. Some people live months to months on paycheck. They cannot wait to be hit by 6 or 4 months water bill, $500-600. They have a paycheck, probably they divide it into pieces so they can make it to the end of the month. We need to work to change the water meters. We need to come up with the money, and if we can't, let's use what we have available in the fund, and we deal with the rest. At least we finish half the city, so that will relieve people. And we lose lots of water, and at the end of the day, we pay for every water we lose by main breakage. So we need to have really a plan to attack these breakages as soon as they occur, so we do not pay over $1 million and some dollars, which we pass it on to the residents to pay. The ARPA money, I spoke to the Human Resource Director. She was very pleasant, very perceptive, and I asked her to make list of the people who worked during COVID. And the cutoff should be the day the governor announced that COVID is over. And we hired the company, and thanks to Mr. Baidoon, you made the cap for that company $10,000, because that money deserved to go to our people, not to a consultant. Because I'm sure that our directors are able to do that job. So I asked her within 30 days to come up with plan, with list of numbers, so we can give those people the joy of $1,000 or $1,500 before the holidays. Some families, $1,000 makes a huge difference in their budget. So please, Mr. Mayor, this is on your shoulder. Let's do it before the holidays, and let's distribute that money. And we agreed on a number. I hope we'll do it before that.
That was to the police and fire, right?
Police and fire and everybody who worked during COVID. The difficulty is we don't know who worked, who didn't, because they all got paid. So I came up with a solution. Maybe we give the police and fire, let's say, hypothetically, $1,500 each one, and we give the rest of the employees maybe $1,000. I know some people will complain, but at least we give something before the holidays, and we don't keep this money in the general fund. They deserve it, they worked for it, and they should get it. Now, I have a problem with some things, and I don't want to mention names. I do respect the police department. I sat with the chief and I sat with Director Soap. Nobody on this council has anything against the police department. Everybody wants you to succeed. Everybody wants you to do the best for our residents. We want you to protect our residents. I hope, like I said to you and to the chief, that when you have any issue, speak at least for 2 or 3 of the city council members. Before you bring the issue here, before it escalates, bring it forward, resolve it before it becomes public in front of the residents. That's the best, the professional way to resolve issues. And again, nobody hates you, nobody wants your badge, nobody wants to get you out of the city, but let's be civil, let's be communicating with each other in the best way possible. And I think this will work beautifully. And to tell you the truth, I was going to put motion on the agenda today. I decided not to, because I do not want to escalate any issues going on. And just for the issue of your tuition, I don't mind paying any money for your tuition, because that will help us get better people, better employees in the city. And I encourage every police officer to get educated, to get better degree, better knowledge, because that helps us and makes us better city. But according to your contract, just, who's supposed to sign your approval for your tuition? Please. I just like to keep it civil discussion as much as we can.
For those that are not aware, that's Director Swope from the Dearborn Heights Police Department.
Yeah, so Director Swope. So when I take a college course, it has to be approved through the city administration.
Who's it specifically?
The chief of police and Mayor Bazey.
Not somebody else.
Or the designee, I would assume. So anybody that the mayor believes can approve my course, I would assume that could be the case.
That's what caught my eyes, that not the mayor, not his assistant approved on 24 October 23 to be paid. I don't mind paying it, because it's your right, because it's your contract. But I would like transparency that the person who's supposed to sign it should sign it.
Councilor
I understand.
I'm sorry, may I?
Wait.
I'm sorry, just.
Let's allow him to answer.
Before the director, just correction. Actually, any employee, they need to take college classes per the contract. They need to go to the administration first, the mayor, and he needs to approve it before they even register. So before we pay any claim next time, we need to make sure that we have this approval, not when the course is done. When the
I don't
course
mind paying, I'm sorry.
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
I'm not saying about you. I'm just saying in general.
I'll pay it myself.
No.
It's not that big of a deal.
Director, I'm not saying, it's not about you, it's not about you. I'm just saying, per the contract. In general, like every employee needs to go to the mayor with the tuition assistant application. The mayor has to timestamp it before even they register to that course. and be approved in order to be paid. That's what I'm saying. It's nothing against you.
So my approval, just to let you know, my approval, in my opinion, was when I started here and I spoke with the mayor and I explained my educational aspirations, and he stated that I was approved to take these classes. But in the future, before I register for any course, I'll get written approval.
Thank you very much.
I just want to let you know, Director, we respect what you're doing in the police department. And I respect your experience, which is very, very good experience. And our city is a very safe city. I haven't seen any out of normal event or anything which call for us to be alerted in the last probably 32 years in the city. Our residents are terrific residents, very friendly, very beautiful people. And I hope you keep that in mind.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments from council?
Council Chair?
Sorry, announcements from council members. Councilman?
Thank you, Council Chair. First of all, Councilman Abdul Haq, the resolution to set aside the money was my resolution, and it was for setting aside unrestricted amount. The money that was set aside was unrestricted, so it doesn't have to be COVID-related, this money. And my main idea was to give this to all city employees, because we set aside enough to give each city employee like $2,000. We could talk about this at our study session on Tuesday, maybe, so we can get the ball rolling.
It had to be put on the agenda for the study session.
Councilman, really, you don't need to, just to pass resolution and set the number, vote on it, they will pay.
So anyway, that's what that was originally for. And that aside, I want to congratulate all the winners of this past election. Congratulate our clerk's office on the great job they did, and her staff, and all the poll workers, thousands and thousands of poll workers. And, recently there's this tragedy going on in the world where there's land being taken away from a certain people. And one of the most inhumane and tragic instances of land being taken away from a group of people happened right here in the United States, when the settlers came in from Europe and they took away the land from our Native Americans. And this is National Native American Heritage Month. Not too many people even know that. And at this time, I'd like to recognize all the Native Americans in Dearborn Heights, in Michigan, and throughout the United States.
Don't forget Mount Pleasant.
I love my wife is part Native American, so we're on top of a lot of this stuff. But with Thanksgiving coming up, there's a lot of things to be thankful for. We're thankful definitely for all the hardworking city employees we have here. I'm very thankful for my wife Debbie, who is the rock of our family, taking care of the 5 kids and myself. And we have to be thankful for all the families that we have. And at this time of year, it's really important to reach out to those without families, and for those who are less fortunate and needy. And I believe someone's going to speak on something. No? Well, there's a Friendsgiving event coming up this Saturday at O.W. Best Junior High on the south end of Dearborn Heights, and I believe it's from 4 to 6 p.m. And there's an event where they're giving away food and clothing and household products, hygiene products. It's a very, very good thing. I think this is the second year we're doing it, second year. And it's a great thing. If anyone needs anything or wants to help out or donate things, I'm sure there's still time. They could reach out. They could look at Leslie Windlass's Facebook page or check out and you can get a hold of her there. And that's all I got to say for today. And, God bless everyone in America. Like I said before, God bless all the innocent victims in this world. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and go to announcements. Any announcements from administration?
Yes.
Here we go.
I was up here, wasn't I?
Yep.
Hey, you got first. Good evening, Honorable Body. Lynn Senya, City Clerk. I'm here talking about City Clerk. And I would like to thank Margaret King for not giving up and for continuing the fight thank you to this honorable body for making sure it's still on the table. It was 24 years ago, that's how I started coming to council meetings, city council meetings. And it was because of the light across from Riverside at Kennedy and Beach Daily. The speed limit was 40. And there was no traffic light between Joy Road and Warren. And the kids were walking across the street. They're 9 years old when they cross a 5-lane road there. And one of my friend's sons got hit. So we were instrumental in reducing the speed limit there during arrival and dismissal time from 40 to 25. And getting the light to work from 7 in the morning till 7 at night. But I would like to ask the police department to check and see if, I've noticed on Fridays when I'm home that the front of my house is packed with parents picking up their kids. I don't know, I bet you not one ticket has been hit there. It has been written there. It's double the fines in a school zone. It is a marked school zone. I don't know if the beacon lights are working there, but I think it should be checked out. But moving on, I'm here to talk about the election. I want to thank you to the 150-plus precinct workers, absentee counting board workers, as well as our receiving board workers that made the November 7th, 2023 city general election a success. I am appreciative and extremely proud of our phenomenal office staff, Dana, our deputy clerk, Georgianne, and Sally. It was a long day, man. It took me, yeah. We're finally recuperating, right? Yeah, we're good. Our election crew, which we could not do it, they maintain this room behind us for like at least 6 weeks before the election. That's Alonda, Marlene, Joanne, Karen, and Diane. I am also appreciative of our former deputy clerk, Kathy Birchfield, for always being available for whatever we need, as well as agreeing to support us on election day. She's back for elections. At this time, I would also like to thank the following individuals for the willingness of our TPOM employees, as well as family members, as well as our city treasurer, who returned to City Hall that night at 7:30 to be members of our receiving board. We have a lot of people that make this happen. Thank you to Crestwood, District 7, Westwood, and Dearborn Public Schools, as well as St. Sabina for hosting our polling locations. In addition, this could not have been successful without the cooperation and assistance of Carolyn Smith at our JFK Library and Michael McCaffrey at the Caroline Kennedy Library for hosting. As well as at the Caroline Kennedy, we use their rooms for training. Thank you to our Parks and Rec Director and Department for accommodating our Berwyn Center, Patty's there, the Canfield Center, where Cheryl and Tamara work. In addition, a very special thank you to Mike Blackburn and Chris Deshawn, and especially the building maintenance staff for delivery and pickup of equipment for all of our 27 precincts on the day before drop-off and pickup. We really appreciate our police department for always being available for us, as well as providing the staff for the election night. Last but not least, a big thank you to our Crestwood National Honor Society for their assistance at the polls on election day, and some at the City Hall for the return of the receiving board. Thank you to the citizens as well as candidates for their patience while waiting for election results. We don't get them as quick as we used to because they're not modemed downtown right away. So we do wait until all of the election results are here before transmitting to the county. Once all the results were returned and uploaded, they were sent securely to Wayne County. At the close of polls, we do put the tabulator tapes at each of the precincts and as well at City Hall. Thank you very much to all of the candidates for their willingness to serve our community. Congratulations to the 3 successful candidates, Council Chair Pro Tem Moby Doon, Councilwoman-elect Denise Malinowski Maxwell, and Councilman-elect Hassan Saab. Congratulations. But to those candidates, don't forget that your signs need to come off the lawn, okay? You need to pick them up according to our sign ordinance. Okay, ready, guys? Now we're moving on to next year. I believe the legislature, I haven't gotten an official email yet, but I believe the legislature adjourned for the year today at noon.
They did.
And if they did, then guess what? Our presidential preference presidential preference primary will be held on February 27th. Okay, with proposal 2, and I'll be bringing more of this up, okay? But it's also the implementation of proposal 2 that was passed in November of 2022. There's a lot of moving parts there, but the big one is early voting. Thank you to the Canfield Center for, I don't know if Kim's here, but that's where the early voting site is. It was approved by by the Election Commission as well as this honorable body. I think it starts the second Saturday before the election, which I believe the date is February 17th. So the presidential preference primary will be February 27th. It'll be 9 consecutive days. And I think we're talking 8:30 to 4:30 each day. Deputy Clerk Flamont and I have been attending numerous training sessions regarding the implementation, and will be providing information on those changes to our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for all you do. We appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Council Chair, if you don't mind, I'm not sure if I'm mistaken, but I see maybe the most recent sworn-in officer. Is that you?
Correct.
Let's welcome him and give him a round of applause, please. Officer Fayyad, right? Yep. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, so I have a couple announcements, both for the Honorable Council and to our citizens, that you need to be made aware of. One, we are currently in the process of doing our biannual bridge inspection. That is the inspection for all 14 public bridges in the city of Dearborn Heights. On Friday, the state contacted me that one of our bridges is in need of quick attention before they put it out of service. That bridge is located on the southbound service drive of Southfield Freeway, right over the Ecorse Creek. I did go down there on the weekend and looked at it. The bridge itself is not in danger. The pavement around it is. It does need some attention. I've contacted a few contractors to do emergency repairs to keep it. As you know, this is the only access to Van Born Road off of Southfield Freeway. So you go down this service drive and you access it. I'm trying to get some repairs done, temporary repairs. So I contacted MDOT, wrote down the plan, the city plan to address it, and they agreed. So we will do a temporary repair to maintain the bridge and keep it safely operational until the spring, where we can look at the full impact of what we need to get done. I have contractors lined up, but as you know, everyone's trying to take advantage of the nice weather we're having. So it's hard to get it is a small job, but it will be considered an emergency repair. And after the repairs are done, I'll bring the estimates to you or the cost, but it is an emergency and we have to maintain it. I like to keep it in service until next year, where we can do more repairs. So this bridge, again, I will try to do it in a way that will not necessitate a full closure. I think the fire chief suggested a detour, that if I have to close it completely, we have a detour, basically Annapolis to Pelham, down to Van Born, if we have to do it. But my preference is to do the repairs in 2 halves and then keep at least 1 lane of traffic open. So that's the first announcement. The second announcement
Council
is,
Chair, a quick question. You said Service Drive?
Yeah,
That's Dearborn Heights property?
It is ours.
It's ours. Freeway Service Drive? Or is that just a street?
No, it's
I know
a
a street
service
it is. There's
drive.
houses on that street.
Yes, there
but
are.
Is that considered a service drive or is that just a street?
It's a service drive. That's what it's officially called. In fact, it was announced by MDOT as the service drive, which led me to believe I can use some of their money. They said, no, it is ours. The emergency repairs are not going to be more than 15 to 20, but the full repairs with a bridge will have to wait. Yes. So the next announcement, we were just notified by MDOT, as you recall, about a couple of months ago in the summer, we put an announcement encouraging our citizens. We still have a number of gas meters located inside basements, and that is, that's not a good thing. We are required, DTE is required to inspect them for safety and leaks, and then ultimately replace them and put them outside. The contact today said a lot of people have actually, we made the announcements on our website, we sent direct, we still have several hundreds, and they won't tell me how many, but several hundred people that did not make the call, did not contact DTE, did not schedule an inspection. I'd just like to remind everyone, DTE is authorized by the Public Service Commission. If they do not inspect them, they can shut the gas off, and you will not have heat in the winter. And to reestablish the service, just so you'll know, to reestablish the service, they can charge you up to $6,000. So $6,000. Pardon me?
What do I gotta do to get that meter out of my basement?
Oh, they're going to relocate it, but this is for the testing part. They need to inspect it first. So the inspection, I will put that back on our website with all the documents, but I can give you the actual number to call. If you have, if you haven't contacted DTE to schedule the inspection, the number is 877-853-9434. They will schedule an appointment, and they will do the inspection at no charge, and it'll only take about 15 minutes. I will put all that information on the website.
Okay. Thank you very much, Director.
Sir.
God bless America.
Yes, Director Ali.
Hi, I'd just like to remind
Excuse me.
oh,
I just have a question for Director Ali.
you.
Sorry.
Quick question.
When we going to do the asphalt around Berwyn Center?
When are we going to do it?
Yeah, it has to be changed, to my
Right.
knowledge. When it is scheduled?
I've always thought it would be a spring project because there is work to be done, and we're approaching the end of the construction season.
So it's going to be next year?
Spring, yes. So
Thank you.
that was my, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hi, I'd just like to remind everybody, we have the annual tree lighting coming up on Tuesday, December 5th, 6:30. We are actually going from one side of City Hall to the other. Mr. Deeb found me a better tree outside of City Hall here that we're going to use, so.
This side, right?
Yes, this side. I have to think for a minute. Anyway, it starts out at 6:30 with the Crestwood High School Jazz Band playing on the showmobile. Then we have the Riverside Choir leading in carols. We have all kinds of free activities for the kids. We're going to have train rides, carriage rides, Santa coming in. We are also going to have reindeer and a unicorn. Yes, we're going to be in the mystical land with stilt walkers as well. So it's going to be a really exciting night, and hopefully you guys will all be there. And
December 5th?
Tuesday, December 5th, starting at 6:30 with the Crestwood Band, and then we start the opening of the ceremony at 7 with the Christmas carols and the dignitaries. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Roger, you almost.
Hello, Council Chair and Mayor. Just wanted to talk about a couple items. Mainly, I wanted to thank, I'll go in my game show voice here. Wanted to thank all the businesses, organizations, and people that supported our trunk or treat and mini golf at Carolyn County Library. As sponsors, we had AJ Wyatt Moyer, Detroit Vintage, Hair Connection, Code 3 Security, School of Martial Arts USA, Kiwanis Club of Dearborn, Building Department, Dearborn Heights City Clerk Lynn Senia, State Senator Sylvia Santana, Courts Collision, Friends of the Dearborn Heights Library, and the Crestwood School District. In terms of trunks and candy donations, I want to thank Dearborn Heights Treasurer Lisa Hicks Clayton, Dearborn Heights firefighters, Dearborn Heights Police Department, CNS Healthcare, League of Women Voters, Carolyn Smith, Saba Al-Hashami, and Isabella Wolney, Lisa McCaffrey, Ben and Stephanie Stephen, Kathy Vaughn, Jim Moyer, Gretchen Burke, candidate-elect Hassan Saab, Kurt Whitmore, Councilwoman Nancy Breyer. Also thanks to Mayor Bill Bazzi, Councilman Mo Beydoun, Dearborn Heights Building Maintenance, Crestwood National Honor Society for all of their help. Dearborn Heights Rotary and Fatme Khalil and Crestwood Key Club. So had a great deal of activity, lots of families and fun. So good work, everyone, for making the holiday season better for everyone. That's all for now. Thanks for your time and see you at the library.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Taking a photo doesn't violate the open.
Yeah, it does. You can't carry your phone. No electronics.
Okay, nothing from the audience, please.
Mr. I'm actually using electronic here, my computer.
But you're not allowed to.
Good evening, City Council. I want to thank everyone that helped us for our expungement fair. I think the first in the city. We had 206 people attend. We had to turn about 11 away. But I wanted to thank the Attorney General, Dana Nessel, Mike Ajami, the Assistant Attorney General helping us, Hussein Saad, our Assistant City Attorney. Kim's department was outstanding. I mean, their people were servants, and they made everyone feel comfortable, and their professionalism really helped it be successful. We had truck drivers, hospital workers, cooks, Chrysler employees, shipment workers, and this was giving people a second chance, stay-at-home moms. But anyway, it was a part of what the mayor challenged us to do, departments, was to come up with some new ideas to make your department more successful. And this was a kickoff, because one thing we want to start is we want to open up the city hall to have pro bono or free attorneys giving advice and having people come, say, from 6 to 8 on a Wednesday. They would do like estate issues, wills, planning advice, immigration, any criminal law, really open it up, and we would rely on the city council giving us advice and direction on what law firms we want to bring in. But really, contrary to what people believe, the lawyers are all about money. Not all, but I think we've had a lot of positive responses from the attorneys in the area that really want to come and serve the residents, and it gives residents a chance to speak to their attorney. And if you want to go further, you can go further. But it's a kickoff program. We're looking at what's called, and what Pontiac's done and Flint has done next, which is called a warrant clinic. And they've worked with a nonprofit organization where people who haven't had missed court because of lack of transportation, lack of childcare, they've turned like the Richard Young Center into a facility and had people picked up and brought to court to clear up their warrants and then start really putting them back on track. I think Flint has made $262,000 since June doing the program, clearing up outstanding ones. We have a lot. But it really helps residents and helps take that fear off your back. So I think those two programs are what we're looking at, and I just want to let City Council. Thank you.
I'm going to be brief, 2 short announcements. Ecorse Creek meeting this month on 11/22, Wednesday, 6 p.m., 3335 South Beach Daily. They will go through the end of the year. Oh, wait a minute. We changed it from the 22nd to the 29th because of Thanksgiving. So the 29th at 6 p.m. Also, the Eaton Center is sponsoring an indoor flea market bake sale. That will be on December 1 and December 2 from 9 to 3 both days. We have great hot dogs that we sell, and people come just for the hot dogs. And anything else, well, for sale, coffee, donuts, so forth. And it's 2 days, again, the 1st and the 2nd. Everybody's welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this particular, one more.
Director Swope from the Police Department. I just want to announce that the COPS office, we called them in to help us with the Police Department to improve transparency and improve things at the PD. They're going to be in town this week. Thursday, November 16th at 7 o'clock, they're having a community listening session where community members can go there and talk about anything they want. The Police Department won't be there, so feel free to go there with good things, bad things. requests for improvement, and they're there to listen. There'll be a panel of very intelligent people there from the cops office that can help us make some change for the better. Thank
Which
you.
office is this again? I'm sorry.
The cops office, the DOJ cops office.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
What time?
Thank you.
What time? 7 o'clock.
7 p.m.?
Location?
So it's at the Canfield Community Center, 1801 North Beach Daily.
Who's the DOJ?
Department of Justice.
Yeah, right.
I mean, they're the umbrella company for all the agencies, yes, including the cops office, which is who's showing up.
Okay, thank you. All right, at this particular point, unless there's announcements, is there anybody online? Okay, not seeing anybody. We'll go ahead and go to public comments. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please come on up, state your city, street, and name, please.
My name is Susan Rigby, and I live at McKinley.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Don't give an actual address, just street name only.
Oh, well, whatever. It's too late now. Anyway, one of the things about where I live at is it's a four-way stop on the corner. And there's a lot of people that do not stop. Okay, so if you want to make more stop signs, that's fine. But you need to have people actually stop at them. Okay? So I would think that the speed bumps might come in handy.
Yes, they will.
You know?
I agree.
Speed bumps over there by the schools and stuff like
agree.
that, you know? Because stop signs don't do anything. Trust me. I live on the corner. I know that stop signs don't do anything. And there's no police around. Okay. Then there's an issue where I have breast cancer, I have back problems, I have problems with my left wrist and my shoulder. Okay. I cannot get out there and rake my leaves that come from all over the place. I need help to have my leaves picked up and blown and stuff like that. There's no one to help.
Can I pause you for a second? Can you connect with me after this meeting?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
But what I'm saying, what I'm trying to come up with is maybe with the police department and the court problems and people that have problems with paying bills or whatever, why can't you have community service? Where is community service? You know, for the people who need it. Because I cannot get out there and do it. And it's a big problem. There's a lot of other issues that I would like to bring up, but I guess I only have 60 seconds or less, so anyway. But people need help. My neighbor across the street broke her leg and had surgery. She can't get out there, okay? We need help. And get the courts over there and community service to help out these people, including me.
Okay, thank you, man. Director Swope, I mean,
Well,
I think this may be an idea. It might be, I mean, you guys would know better than I would, but maybe something to look into, you know, where you have sometimes people have to do community service a certain amount of hours.
Well, Council Chair,
Some
we're
possibly through
looking
the
at,
courts.
as we progress towards our juvenile court.
Huh?
That's
Yeah,
one-
it'd be the courts.
As we progress towards our juvenile court, that's one of the areas we've been talking with former MDIC to help use our juveniles with Growth Works to do services to the elderly citizens or people who are in need throughout the
I think
city.
it'd be a great idea.
We've got a lot of juvenile issues, so.
Council Chair,
Okay, Councilman.
real quickly,
Community service at least.
ma'am, you know, the high school, Annapolis High School, real close to your house there, that's our society, they rake leaves. Did you try them?
What corner, you live- McKinley and what? What's your corner? What's side street?
You've been to my house.
Okay.
When I had spray paint.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Ma'am?
Yeah. Okay, and one other thing is, the court system, we use them for our Ecorse Creek Clip, our rain guard maintenance twice a year. The court, they bring in, workers there that have a work release program or something like that. So it does happen. It's already
That's what I'm
happening in Dearborn
thinking.
Heights.
Okay, ma'am, can you do me a favor? Can you see George there, right next to the clerk? Give her your name and number, and I think somebody from the Crestwood School Honor Society will take care of that. If not, we'll make sure somebody takes care of that for you. So can you give George your name and number, please?
Or the Annapolis
Is
City
this the
Club.
way, is this the way that you get help, though?
We'll take care of it.
Why can't we make a phone call and have someone help us?
So again, there's no formal program, ma'am, although I think it's a good, it's a good idea. Don't misunderstand me. But from the Crestwood School Board over there, he's waving to me. He'll make sure somebody from Crestwood will help you out with that.
Council
Okay?
Chair,
Yes.
I think the lady, she probably asking to establish somebody.
I think it's a good idea, yeah.
He is a community liaison. Any resident can call that person and that person will direct them to the right place. Instead, they don't know who to call or what to do. And I would, Roger, if you can take this to the mayor, if he can
Yeah.
look into it.
I think an ombudsman position is something we eventually may transition to.
Okay.
Which can have a resource to funnel all the ideas. So I'll sit with you and further how to do that.
Thank you.
Okay. The gentleman back there, ma'am, in the black jacket, he'll take care of that for you, on the corner. Okay. Come on up, sir. City street name, please.
City of Dearborn Heights, name is Thomas Condra. I'm the owner of Tel Warren Convenience. We're on the corner of Telegraph and Warren, the Shell gas station.
Which one? I'm so sorry, which one was it?
Telegraph and
Telegraph
Warren, the Shell gas station on the corner.
Yeah, right, okay.
So here for two things. Here to talk about, I know it was discontinued as the Green Bucks. I understand the Green Bucks was discontinued last year, I guess October or so. No letters were given out, no emails, no phone calls. Money was submitted back to the city for reimbursement. Didn't find out it was canceled until February 14th when I submitted my thing and told that, hey, it's canceled. And that's when I asked, am I going to be reimbursed for the money that was submitted? I am not the only business. There's other businesses that have submitted green bucks. We have not received anything. Gone back and forth, talked to city officials, and I understand what's being told that it was never approved by city council or anything. So with that, wondering if it can be on an agenda to be approved so we can get our money. It's been since December 22, February 14th of 2023. I'm not the only business. Wondering if we can get our money back for goods and services that were given out to employees for the DBW for the green bucks.
Okay, so the way it works in general, sir, yeah, stop time, thank you. So the way it works in general is anything that administration wants to bring forward, they bring it to the city council, chair, which would be myself in this case, and then I either approve or deny something going on the agenda. I have not seen something, so if you don't mind, I don't know who would be working on this, either Roger or we could give the name and number to George and have somebody follow up with them.
Yeah, I'll talk.
I don't
to
mind
Mariana.
adding it on the agenda, so I have no problem adding it on the agenda. It's just gotta come from administration. I don't add it myself.
Yeah, because what I
I'm not
was told was that it was never approved by prior city council.
I'm sorry?
And that the way the money was used, it wasn't approved by prior city council, the way the green bucks was used. So it was canceled or whatever it was, that it's got discontinued, and that they had to find a new way to reimburse the money.
I'm sorry,
We don't even know what green
what
bus
are
is.
you talking about?
So sorry, I did
I'm not gonna
know
steal
that.
your time.
I
I'm gonna-
apologize. So there was green bucks program with the DPW, I guess.
Green box, you said?
Yeah,
Green
there were
bucks.
green Dearborn Heights bucks that certain city employees can use, that we go to businesses, and we would use them as cash, and then whenever we had them, we would turn them into the city, and we would get a reimbursement check for them. So
Wait,
that-
so like if a DPW employee took this green box.
no, it's a
They were
buck, like a
like-
dollar
it
bill,
was
it's a
like
$10
Green
bill.
buck,
Like
okay, green
Monopoly.
buck. And he said, I wanna buy this bag of chips with this green buck.
Correct,
And then they would give you that, and then they would take the bag of chips.
correct.
I'm not familiar with it, honestly.
How long ago did this happen?
Oh, this has been years. This
It's
has been in the city
it's
for
been going on
years.
for as long as.
Do we
I've
still
been
do
here.
it?
No, from what I understand from the mayor and Mariana, that it was canceled last year in October. But we never received a letter saying, hey, don't receive any more green bucks. I'm the only one that found out, made a couple calls to businesses that I knew that were on the list. They had no clue either. Unfortunately, they're not here with me today. So I don't want to say I'm fed up, that's the wrong word to use, is one of those, what can I do to get the money back? It's been a year.
Okay, so I'm
Okay,
gonna start.
yeah, if you were already given these and you gave the people whatever, the DPW employees, whatever product, definitely should be looked into. So can you do me a favor, can you give George your name and number? And Roger,
Well,
can
do you know how much
follow
you're
up with
owed?
some on that?
I think it
In
was
February, I gave
alcohol and
100
stuff used
I have it here.
for these products, so we need to study, we are studying.
February was $180, and then
Okay.
in December it was approximately 220, 250. But like I said,
Yes,
I'm not the only business.
I'll bring
Mexican
it.
Fiesta,
Yes.
Mike's Market, there's a couple other gas stations that I know of.
This is insane, I
Okay.
had no idea.
So
Council
can you
Chair?
get-
Just so everybody knows, these were, the city was giving employees Dearborn Heights green bucks.
I'm not aware of
Yeah.
this.
City did
program.
not
That
approve
wasn't-
it.
Yeah, it wasn't just the residents, it was.
I
city-
can't answer because I know
Just-
nothing about it.
DPW, yeah.
Never heard of it. So please give us your name and number.
Okay.
Give it to George. George, can you do me a favor? Can you email his information to the mayor?
Yeah,
to
and I'll talk
Roger?
to Mariana about it.
And someone will follow up on this.
And Mexican.
Mariana and the mayor know about it.
Okay.
The second thing is the bus stop that is on Waverly and Warren. I don't have the contacts of DDOT anymore. I guess the contacts I used to have left, and I'm unable to contact the director. If I can get help with city council, was when I got it moved the first time, sorry, it was supposed to move further to where it is now currently, but it was also supposed to be a continuous stop, not a rest area for the DDOT drivers. The reason I'm asking that, if I can get help from city council, was they moved the first time, I guess council got involved, because I had the director come directly to me, asking what in the world happened, this is what we agreed on. I guess city council, Dearborn got involved, and we moved it further to where the cemetery's at. Now, I wanted to continue to stop. I don't have the contacts to keep arguing over it. When the bus stops, everybody, it's the last stop on the Warren 8 route on DDOT. All the people come off, and when those people come off, they're the last stop. So they come off and they cause problems for the station. I have to deal with them for the next hour. If the bus driver decides not to pick them back up, I deal with them for 2 hours. Your officers here have dealt with these people for numbers of years, and they just sit there and just cause problems. The next thing is, they just want to go to the hospital. And they come from St. John's Hospital, the ones that cause all the problems. So I'm wondering if we can work to get it as a continuous stop, not a rest stop.
I just wanna tell you, I share your frustration. I own the ice cream store right next door.
Yeah, I already know what they go through, trust me. I've talked to Burger Truck and things they go to.
Yeah, and I want you to know, what's happening is a lot of them, they're coming from the furthest part of Detroit, and they're getting dropped off because they're not allowed to cross Telegraph because it becomes a downtown district. It's the DDA in Dearborn Heights. So they're getting, so let me tell you, I've reached out to them, and so they're not, the bus driver is not allowed to pass Telegraph onto Warren. Because it becomes a downtown district. So what's happening is they're stopping and resting at Waverly, and these people are not able to get off the bus. And, they're either, riding the bus because they want to stay warm, or they're riding the bus because they want to stay cool. And then I believe our officers are having to come out here and kind of pry them out, and then they're running they're really going over to the gas station, they're using the bathroom, and then they're jumping on the bus but that bus is waiting there for 45 minutes, and you got 3 buses lined up, and they're sitting there for about 30, 40 minutes.
Yeah. The whole thing is, though, you're correct, but there is one thing. We are the last stop. So when you are the last stop on DDOT, that is the rest. Everybody must come off the bus. Then it is the bus driver's discretion if they want to take them back. And most likely, they do not. And they all have St. John Hospital bracelets, and that's where they come from. They all come from St. John's Hospital in Detroit.
St. John's Hospital.
But either way, I'm glad you brought the issue out for attention, but it's not something we personally work on. So again, your name and number, and either somebody from administration can call you, or if any council members that have any contacts that can help them out.
Honestly, it was like beating a dead horse, bro.
My contacts have left, so I can't do anything anymore.
Yeah.
So.
Call Joe Biden, you guys know. Okay, we'll take care of that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Rachel LaPointe, Merrick Street, Dearborn Heights. So I have a question, if council chair will allow it, for our corporation council. When it comes to things like the charter or a state law that applies to the city, like the Home Rule Act or Planning Enabling Act or any of those, is there like wiggle room to follow it? Should we follow it 100%? Should we follow it 50%? when it comes to those kinds of things, is there any sort of wiggle room for following it or not?
So, I'm sorry, well,
Is kind of just my question
yeah, so
to
if
sort
it's
of
one
go up.
question, then he'll answer, but if it's more than one
That's just
question.
one.
I know, so let's let you finish your question, then he'll
That's it.
answer. So it's not, that's it?
Yeah, that's the question.
Then
Lauren.
now he can answer during that time. Go ahead.
Well, the statute is the statute, the law is the law.
So you
Yeah,
would
no
say
choice.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay. So our planning commission, I could be up here for 10 minutes or more going over all the ways we are not following the Planning Enabling Act. Staggered terms. There's supposed to be staggered terms. There's never supposed to be all 9 commissioners switching at the same time. They're supposed to be staggered 3-year terms so that 3, 3, and 3. Every year, there should be 3 new people. Today, we reappointed everybody on the same 3-year schedule. That's a violation of the Michigan Planning Enabling Act. Michigan Planning Enabling Act required us to change our planning ordinances by, I believe it was July 1st, 2011. That never happened. That was 13 years ago, 12 years ago, however many years ago. It's too late at night to do math. I believe Mo mentioned that the mayor has the authority to remove a planning commission member. Not according.
No, I did not. I said he has the autonomy to appoint anybody. I don't know.
I believe you may have said that. I don't know if it was for sure you. Let me just finish this point, though. The point that I'm making is that the mayor has zero authority per the Planning Enabling Act, which is state law, to remove any planning commission member. That is council's job.
I did say, I don't know about removing, but I know appointing.
Appointing, he
Removing,
makes the appointments with the approval of council, yes.
Correct, but I said, I don't know about removing.
I believe somebody said that, but the point being, he has no authority to remove somebody. When it comes to a planning commission member, their term expiring, the Planning Enabling Act says that they serve until their successor is appointed. I could go on. I'm too tired for that. I think we're all too tired for that. My point is, we're not following laws that we have. State laws, we could talk about the anti-nepotism part of the charter. I believe I've heard that Mr. Fadlala is the brother-in-law of the mayor. I'm not entirely sure on that.
No.
I've heard that there are some people in the city in different positions that were appointed that is in violation of that part of the charter.
Yeah, it's White's brother-in-law.
Okay, great to know. But see, I'm not part of your part of the family. I'm not going to know that, right? Rumors get around. It needs to be very clear. No, we're not related, but he's my wife's brother-in-law, so that if the rumor starts that we're family, it's clear. You know what I
just want
mean?
to clarify it. It's actually his wife's sister's brother-in-law. So it has nothing to do with it.
Right, but somebody might just know, oh, they're somehow related. They don't know what it is. So in the interest of transparency, it would behoove the city to make that clear when the appointment is made, not after the fact, when rumors have already swirled, right? I believe there's other people in city and appointed positions that there's been questions about that. I mean, I don't know people's families, but the point is, we need to look at this stuff because we are in violation of so many parts of the charter, so many parts of different state laws. It's ridiculous.
Okay. Thank you, Rachel.
Council Chair, maybe we need to instruct Corp Council to look into, I mean, this is a great point, especially with the planning commission. I mean, if we, I'm looking at it again, I didn't look at the dates, but, because I thought we were reappointing a bunch of them, then appointing new ones. I mean, yeah, they do expire at the same time.
3 of them.
What's that?
3 of them. 2 new ones.
I think Mr. Turfy and Mr. Bazzi.
Well, how many we have here?
There's 3 that have. Council Chair, Rachel Lapointe gave us this little copy here of this, this criteria for, that's pretty nice, that's pretty good. This is something we should put in, is try to adopt this or something similar to this.
No, we,
Well, definitely make a new one, because that's not
Yeah,
exhaustive.
yeah.
I'm sorry, Councilman, just going back, 8 people expired at the same time. 8 people, so only 1. So maybe we need to look at
The
this,
whole
please, Corp
ordinance
Council.
needs to be redone.
Well, the planning commission has an attorney. I will talk with the attorney that's assigned from, Cilio's firm and speak with him.
Thank you.
Okay. Then can you email us the attorney? Can you
Update.
email all the council members the attorney's name and number?
Yeah.
Email address, whatever,
Yeah,
contact
they,
info?
because they attend this every session.
Okay, or Madam Clerk, can you email it to all the council members, this way if anybody's got a question in regards to the questions brought up by Rachel, they can bring it up to this particular, if you could email us with all the contact info for the planning commission attorney, please. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs.
Okay,
Lapointe,
next up,
for that.
city street name?
Hello, Chairman. My name is Hassan Alawi, Plainfield, Dearborn Heights, Michigan. I wanted to first thank you all for the letter that you wrote today, the ceasefire letter. It's unfortunate that our government is at such odds for something that's so clear. But I'm glad that our city, especially such a diverse city, came together and unanimously approved it. So thank you all for doing that. I also wanted to suggest maybe reaching out or figuring out a way to support our Congresswoman, who's the only Palestinian American in Congress today. I don't understand what the need is, but they decided to censor her, even though we live in America, which is really strange to me, who was born here. But again, thanks again for your unanimous support on that. One other thing I wanted to talk about was the elections and the results. Congratulations, Mo. Congratulations, Hassan, and congratulations to Denise, who won the elections. We voted just like we always do as a family, so we're very engaged there, and we've never had a problem voting. But this was the first year that my children actually got involved and volunteered. So they were at the booths, they were helping and whatnot. Unfortunately, there was an incident at one of them. It was JFK. My son was there actually. And, he came back really late. He was a little bit frustrated. I said, inshallah, Baba, next time you'll have a better time and you'll continue volunteering. He said, I don't know. After what just happened, it's going to be tough. So I'll take it up and I'll explain some of the details maybe later. But I did want to let you know that JFK did give my son a hard time.
Okay, but you should definitely, not right here maybe, but you should definitely have a discussion with the clerk about this. So if you could give George your name and number, maybe she'll contact you and have a discussion with her about that.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Council Chair, real quick.
Okay, Councilman,
Chair.
Abu Hafid.
More, you wouldn't stop.
Let him talk first, Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So the gentleman is speaking, he was a volunteer on my campaign. I won't go too much into detail, but what I will tell you is, as an Arab American, he was said multiple times, and his sister here, who's also, was there, and then there was 3 children, and there were, let's just say a lot of racial slurs were being said to children, and it was uncalled for, and there's people who were working there who also said it was uncalled for, and actually spoke out and actually wrote to me. So there are going to be complaints, and the clerk is taking care of it.
And, yeah, just so, I'll give you an update right now, okay? I've spoken to the candidate. I've spoken to Wayne County Elections. Our attorney is aware. I've talked to our HR department, and we are gathering the statements. So any statements that anybody wants to provide, we're looking forward to that, and then I will talk to our attorney again in our HR department, see how to handle.
Oh,
go
thank you
from
so
here.
much. Okay.
Okay.
I'm relieved. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, we take it seriously and to be respectful on both sides, and thank you for bringing it forward.
I will also add, since we're on the record, that
Mr. Alawi.
this individual also harassed me on Facebook right after the elections, which is embarrassing, but thank you.
Councilman Plahad?
I just want to make a statement. If we don't stand up, all of us together. Today they censured Rashida Tlaib. Tomorrow they will censure the whole nation.
Absolutely.
So we have to stand up once and for all.
I agree. Thank you.
All right.
Hello, Tanya Sterlini, West Brookside, Dearborn Heights. Sorry, I'm tired. I hope I can do this. I wrote it down. I don't know if I can read my writing at this point. So I'm I'm up here because of an issue that I had with a landscape company in my subdivision. It's a continued problem. They service one of my neighbors. They do their grass. They blow the grass clippings in the road. They just 2 weeks ago, I got fed up. They blew the leaves from his backyard to the front yard in the street and then onto our brand new neighbor's house. So I said, are you kidding me? I videotaped it. My brother went over, he happens to live in the sub. He went and said something to them, and basically it was MF this to him, get a job, blah, blah, blah. I spoke to the neighbor. The neighbor said, well, these aren't my trees. Basically, he didn't care. Okay, fine. I walked back to my house. The landscape company had left. I walked back to my house, which is 6 houses away. I see the same landscape company down the street doing the same thing after he was just approached, saying, you can't do this, blowing the leaves in the street, all this, okay? I videotape that. I contact ordinance. I tell him. He said, yep, I got it. He tells me, this landscape company, it's named as Artistic Landscaping, they do the city, they take care of the city. When we have violations in the city, they handle it. So this company that we are paying to clean up the city is doing the opposite with their customers, okay? So he said, I'll take care of it. I said, I have videos. I'll call you back if I need them. He calls me the next day. The person that he contacted, which he believes is the owner, says his guys weren't on that street. He needs to see videos. So I sent him the videos. I haven't heard anything about it, but my brother did contact the company.
I'm sorry,
Never heard.
one quick second.
Sure.
In the audience, please. All right, go ahead, sorry.
My brother did try reaching out to the company, no word. I didn't hear back from the ordinance whether or not anything was going to be handled. But, you know, here you have this woman who can't get her leaves done. We have a company blowing leaves every which way. My mom actually was dinged maybe 5 years ago, a senior obviously, because they said her leaves weren't being picked up. Well, she had 20 bags of leaves in her yard. She had walked inside to go take a break, and she noticed this guy come up. And she sees this guy, and she goes to him.
I'm sorry, one quick
Sure.
second. Tony, this is the last time. I'll have you thrown out, please. No noise. Shut the phone, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
So my mother gets a warning. She says, I did the leaves. I just came in to do a break. Do you not see the leaves here bagged up? She gets 100 bags of leaves where she sits, and she's got one tree. So he said, oh, don't worry, it's just a warning. Anyway, my point of all that is we have a company that we pay our tax dollars to clean up that is doing the opposite. One, they couldn't bother to call and say, we're sorry, I'll take care of it, nothing. But I hope that when their contract is up, and I hope it's soon, that you guys don't renew it, figure something out, because that is disgraceful. They also are in the city, like their company is based in Dearborn Heights, so they know the rules. You don't blow it in the street like Dearborn can blow it in the street. So, yeah, so that's my point, is I hope we don't get renewed again. It's artistic.
Can you do me a favor? Can you give your name and number to George?
Sure.
And then, George, do me a huge favor if you could email it to Bill from Ordinance.
He's up.
And then I'm sure he's on there right now, so I'm sure he's heard this. He'll contact you, maybe get possibly a little bit more information from you.
Sure.
I'm sure he'll contact him, see if we can get that resolved.
Well, I'm not saying the ordinance guy wasn't on it. He was aware.
No, but I'm talking, I'm sure you
and-
can have a conversation
Okay.
with them.
Yeah, because that's just, I'm sorry.
I get it. All right. Next up, come on up, city street name.
Trapkowski, Columbia Street. I'll keep this short. I just want to say thank you to Roger and Bill Dishroom from the Ordinance Department for taking care of an issue that I had. Excuse me. And also congratulations to all the new elected candidates. And happy Thanksgiving, and let's everybody try and be a little more peaceful to each other. And happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Vince. Anybody else in the audience? All right, next up, oh, come on up.
Good afternoon. I just want to tell Kevin Swope, thank you, appreciate you. He helped me out, you know, when nobody wants to help me. Everybody wants to be against the police. I'm not against the police. Mr. Swope always does everything when I call him, answers, leave him a message. Hour later, he calls me. You know, I've went to other police departments, slow motion, don't want to help me. You know, it is what it is. But I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. But when you guys say Rashida Tlaib, I despise her. I'll tell you guys why. First of all, for 1 year I've been an activist. Not one time she was in Westland, and she wanted to silence me. And now they silenced her. I wonder why. I have met with people. I am a delegate with the Republican Party. There's a reason why they silenced her. Does anybody know the reason? Nobody knows the reason. She comes and she wants to silence everybody. She wants to put her agenda with the Democrats. The Democrats just passed a law that went into effect that a person can kill themselves, commit suicide. You're going to tell me I'm going to go with Rashida Tlaib? I'm not going with Rashida Tlaib. I am with Palestine, but I am not with Rashida. You guys have to understand, I'm not going to let nobody sit here and say we should be with Rashida. I'm not with her. I'm not with nobody. When I sit there and they're putting so explicit materials for my children and Rashida's okay with it, why should I be on her side? I'm a Muslim, and I am not going to sit there and allow Rashida Tlaib or anybody to tell me sexual explicit materials is okay. That's my thing. And I'm so tired of it. All you hear, oh, aren't you guys going to be with Rashida? No, we're not going to be. Nobody is going to sit there. If you believe in Islam and you believe in God, and God is not a she, you will not represent Rashida Tlaib. She says God is a she. When is God is a she? When? Tell me. On what earth God is a she? And we're going to be with Rashida? You guys can support her. I'm not supporting her. And I'm not supporting nobody that sits there and tries to throw sexual explicit materials down my son's throat or my kid's throat or my grandchildren's throat. It's not going to happen. So I don't understand why we should stand with her. People don't know what's going on. People just, come here and just say, oh, Rashida. No, Rashida was silenced for a reason. God works in mysterious ways. And I'm not saying that the children in Palestine are getting killed and they want to silence her. What's the reason they want to silence her? There's more to the story here. It's not all about that. They want a reason and they got the reason. They want to silence her. It's that simple. People, understand one thing. You don't have to be with Rashida just to be with Palestine.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the audience? All right, we've got, looks like 3 people on Zoom. So let's go ahead and start with Dishroon, please, Director Dishroon.
Yes. Can you hear me, Council Chair?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you for approving the animal control truck. I'd like to thank you for that. I just wanted to touch base really quick. A couple things I wanted to point out. I tried to get on earlier, but I couldn't get on earlier, so I apologize. I wanted to make sure that people understand Mr. Leaney was just up there, made a reference to putting leaves in the street. That's becoming an issue right now. I will definitely look into her complaint. I want to remind all the residents that you can't put leaves in the street. That's prohibited by city ordinance. That is a $250 ticket. I've instructed my guys to be very strict on the enforcement of that because we've gotten complaints about that. We have a lot of flooding issues here. Everybody on council is aware of that. Residents are aware of that. I'm sure that nobody would disagree with that. Second thing is I want to remind people, residents, businesses alike, please do not put anything, signs or otherwise, banners, flags, especially nothing on city property. Signs or anything like that are strictly prohibited, and they're not supposed to be placed between the curb and the sidewalk and the city right of way or city easement. Just a couple of brief reminders. I'll keep it short. Thank you for your time, Council Chair. Everybody have a good evening and peace with everybody.
Thank you. Have a great Thanksgiving.
Thank you, sir. You too.
Next up, I believe Caleb was next. Is that correct? Who joined you? Dana? Okay. Go ahead, Dana.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Dana Paris, Rimley Park Street, Dearborn Heights. I wanted to address a business on Van Born between Academy and Grimley Park. I will not mention the name. Since I've lived in the area, they've had mountains of trash 3 times that I've called or written on. that's there now. They have dumped cars in the street. In other words, cars that can't be repaired, they just dump them in the street. They started parking cars in the streets instead of their parking lot. I guess they didn't have parking lot room. I was told when I called the chief's office, the police chief's office, that that's not blight. I hate to say it's blight. I looked it up. They also were called when they were piling snow in the street over 10 feet high. That's littering under the city ordinance. I wish you all would do something about this business. I think you know which one it is. Last thing is I had a question about the River Oaks special assessment. What is it and why is it being assessed now?
Okay, so the short answer to that, this is a special assessment that was voted on by the council body. Off the top of my head, it was a couple years back. It was in regards to the repair. The council body would be, the city would be paying partial, and then partial was special assessments given to all the residents of River Oaks. They've been assessed on a yearly basis since it started. Short version of the story, it was missed for this last summer. Instead of bringing it on to next summer and having it as a double bill, the treasurer's office decided with approval to just go ahead and send it with these particular tax bills and have them paid now. And the total amount is like $100, so it's not a large amount.
Quick question. Why was it missed? And that's money that the city could have earned interest or something on. Is there any negative consequence to this being missed? I mean, when I don't do my job, there's consequences to that.
Can you give a short answer if you don't mind, treasurer?
All right, so as you indicated, the River Oaks assessment was approved, and that was in 2018. So this is a special assessment that we assess annually. Traditionally, it's been assessed on the summer tax rolls. However, by state law, and I did confirm with Wayne County Treasurer that we can do it anytime, either summer or winter. And it was a staff oversight that was addressed, and I'm not going to go into personnel issues, but I will tell you that we feel it's better to assess it in winter because it needs to be done annually per the contract. And also I worked with our attorney on this. And like you said, it affects 196 homes. And it's about $19,000. It actually was in the favor of the residents because instead of having to pay for summer, which is the highest tax period with all your city millages and everything, it's actually in their favor because they get to pay in the winter instead. So it's, worked out. It's a $19,000 impact. Thank you.
Okay. Next up, there's
Margaret King.
Yeah, I know, that's why I thought, it's throwing me off with the name here. Okay. City street name, please?
Margaret King, Mayfair Street, Dearborn Heights, Michigan. I know it's thrown off. It says Caleb up there. That's my son's
Right.
name. Why it's doing that, I don't know.
God bless him.
I was just seeing if we have any update with the school zones, and I did want to shout out to Mo. Thank you so much for acknowledging that I've been doing this and fighting for a year. I will continue the fight, and thank you, Lynn. I will continue this fight for these kids. They deserve it. Is there any update? I asked, I appreciated it how the, DPW director Conrad gave me updates and.
Director Dib is not here.
Well,
And honestly, I don't know who could, here we have Director Swoop. Come on up, Director.
So just to give a tiny bit of information, I don't have too much, obviously, because it's not totally in our court. But with that being said, I did talk to Mr. Conrad, and he stated that once we're ready to order some signs, it should be a quick turnaround, quick purchase, and we can place these signs in certain areas. As a police department, we can put up signs that are advisory in nature, that aren't necessarily traffic control devices. okay, without a necessary study, because it's just advising residents and drivers that, hey, there's a school zone up here. Unfortunately, advisory signs, we can't increase fines in that area if it's just advisory, but they are bright, right? They're yellow normally, right? So we could put those up. And we did talk, Mr. Conrad and I, we talked probably about 2 weeks ago. So I think we're going to be able to at least to be able to start to do some of those things. I just have to clarify, I guess, with you guys, and I can get with you at a later time, on do advisory orders have to be approved by council, or is that just a mayor thing? Different cities do it different ways, so I guess we'll have to figure that out. But I think we're ready to do some things in certain areas. I don't know what the DPS budget is, but with that being said, if there's money there to do it, I think we can move on and start doing some of these things.
Keep it moving forward.
Thank you,
You'll
Director.
always have our approval.
Council Chair, we discussed it before about just having, like, the right school zone right on the ground, on the floor, by the stop sign. I think this goes a long way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If you
And
can
I
check
think, unfortunately, there's a uniform manual for all signs in the state of Michigan. And when we start writing things on the ground and dealing with crosswalks, those things take time and studies and whatnot. And I know, Councilman Baydoun doesn't like studies. I'm not a huge fan of them either, truthfully. Sometimes they're great, sometimes they're not because they're slow, right? So they're slow. So we gotta risk, high reward, and I think I gotta get with Roger. But
Director, I've seen them in like,
Insurance
different schools in Michigan, different areas. They'll have them like school zone,
Yeah.
right, by the stop sign.
And that's a traffic control order, so that would have to be, that's a thing, right? So we'd have to have that approved by
You know,
the
but
body
we-
because it becomes law at that
We
point.
went into TIA, though, we approved TIA, I want to
A
say,
year ago.
a little over a year ago.
Yeah.
So like, and I know Mr. Deeb and the police chief said that they were gonna tackle this on.
Yeah.
I mean,
So I did talk to the Chief Hart, and he's supportive of moving with some of these advisory signs. So I think, and I actually called TIA about them as well, because I said, hey, what signs can we put up? Where do they have to be? How far away do they have to be from the schools? And they gave me some great information and stated that these types of signs do not have to have a study. So if we can increase awareness by our drivers and for our kids too, right? They can see these yellow signs and say, wait a second, am I supposed to be slow in this area? We can get this stuff done. So I know it's slow, the process is slow, but I think we're ready to pick it up and do these things.
Director, so what happened with the studies? Because I know Chief Hart,
Yeah.
he ordered some studies last year.
Yeah, so the studies are, it's a big project, I think, and that's above my pay grade. I think that's more of a, I think Mr. Deeb was running that program. So, yeah, so that's still going, they're still doing it, and it's just a broad scope of the city and all the school district and school areas. What I think we can do in the meantime is put up advisory signs, and if at the end of the day, they come through here and say, get rid of this yellow sign right here, we're gonna put something else there, that's fine, we'll take it down, we put something else there that might work better. But in the meantime, at least we increase safety in the area.
Because, if you don't mind, Council Chair, because last year when I did volunteer as a cross guard, and actually I had Chief Hart with me for a couple of days, and he saw exactly every school has different issues. I mean, there's not one sign gonna solve every school issues. I mean, every
No.
school has different issues. to be
No,
honest
but
with you.
in my previous job, I was in charge of traffic control orders. We did a little different than Dearborn Heights, but traffic control orders, traffic advisory signs, I put hundreds of signs up personally. I mean, I didn't do it myself, but I ordered them to be put up. It's possible, and it's not really that slow of a process if we're doing it in-house. The traffic control orders are a little more interesting because there's a lot of liability attached to them. But with that, we can sit down with Corporation Counsel and figure some of these things out. But the advisory signs for an immediate impact, I think we can do those.
Okay. So I'm sorry, one more, do you mind, Council Chair? Director, like OW Best at middle school, when people make a right or a left to drop their kids, then a lot of people at drop off or pickup, they make a left right away. I think the street is maybe McKinley? Yeah. So is that need the study to make sure there's no left turn at drop off and pick up? Because people making a left and people making a right.
Since that's private property, Obviously, it's a school district, but I mean, it's not, the police, we don't have any control on that property in regards to enforcing traffic. So we can make a traffic control order to say no left turn there, or we can also put up an advisory sign, no left turn, right? We can force people right, and I think we do that in a lot of.
Keep going straight.
Yeah, and we do that all the time with, I've seen it in other districts where there's just, it's not necessarily a traffic control order, because we can't really enforce it, but it's telling people, go that way instead of this way, right?
like no
Most
left-
parents are gonna listen.
Yeah, no left turn during pickup and drop off.
Yeah, and there are a lot of schools, and they're all different, and, that's why, we will just assign people to go take a look at these schools from within the police department, including myself, and we can come up with areas where we believe that the signs will be most impactful.
Council
Thank
Chair?
you, thank you, Director.
Okay. Council Chair?
You're welcome.
While we're up there, Director, have they ordered any of these signs yet?
No.
I hope not, because, I did a little bit of research and reconnaissance lately, last month or so. And I noticed that the yellow signs, they're not as visible as the safety green signs that they have out now.
lime
They're
green.
really bright, that safety green. And I drove around south end of Dearborn Heights, I went around the schools, and I said, my gosh, there's all these school signs, the little kids walking on it, the upside down triangles or how.
Correct.
And I never noticed it. It's been there forever.
And that's why they're not reflective. So with the new
even in the
signs, whether
daytime.
they're yellow or whether they're green, they're super reflective.
They have to
So
be.
the older signs, what we need to do is replace them with the new reflective type of sign.
Yeah.
And I think that, it'll be,
Well, you've
you'll
seen
be
the
able to
sign
see
that
it.
we got for the Joyce Memorial with the LED.
Yes,
solar
I did
panels
see
with
that.
The kid walking, crisscrossing. Those, you can't miss those.
You can't miss them. They are,
They're
obviously,
expensive.
they're expensive. You can't put a price on safety. Well, you can, but at the end of the day, we need people to be safe. But those things, just like I would assume Chief Hart already said, if you see something like that all the time, it just becomes normal. And then you just blow right through that stop sign too. So those lighted signs are great for areas that are super problem areas, right? And then we leave regular stop signs in other areas, right?
If we, not just a stop sign, the crossing, the yellow one, the square, I've converted square, but anyway, have we looked into grant money for signs, for LED solar powered signs? Have we looked at any grants available?
I have not personally. I was on the grant website recently, looking at things that we could purchase that could assist. But when I did talk to TIA, they have someone in charge of grants, and I asked if there was grants available for our city right now, and they said that they didn't know of anything that was currently available.
Okay, well, I talked to a sign company, and they said that they heard that AAA Safety gives out grants for signs.
Okay, we'll look into
Check into that,
AAA
please,
safety.
okay?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor.
I have a question for
Sure.
you. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I forgot to ask. Do you have a policy in the police department, if somebody got injured and cannot be on patrol on the road, do you have a policy to keep him, if he can perform a desk job?
Do we have a policy on that?
Is there a
I think-
policy in the department?
So each incident would be different, I guess. I mean, if you're right-handed and your gun's in your right side, we wouldn't be able to give you a position that is restricted. If you break your leg or something and you can't walk, you can't do it either, because what if you had to run and get away from a threat? So it's case by case. So it's just one of those things where it's different than other places, or other line of work. So we don't, it's a case-by-case basis based on what a person can do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other comments on Zoom or in person? Seeing none?
Move to adjourn.
Motion adjourned by Councilman Abdul-Haq, seconded
Support.
by
Come on, it's still
everybody.
Tuesday. What are we doing here?
Oh, man, almost 5 hours.
Have you ever done
again,
that?
By Councilman Baidoon. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you.